Chapter 1163. The elder in black looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "I am the gold medal law enforcement officer of the Law Enforcement Interrogation Hall, Tian Yid." Gold medal law enforcement officer. The white-robed elder exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, so awesome." Looking at his posture and tone, I thought it was the Dharma Supreme who came. His tone is so perverted. Then he rolled his eyes and shouted, "Tian Yid, do you know who I am?" Tian Yid said angrily, "I don't care who you are. Let him go first." He had always been in charge of the interrogation hall and was always the one who made others angry. When had anyone ever bullied him? Now he couldn't hold it in any more. The white-robed elder's face turned serious, and he said coldly, "I am Ning Haijiao." He took 2 steps forward and said indifferently, "Have you heard of me?" "Ning Haijiao? Never heard of you." Tian Yid snorted and said disdainfully, "The white-robed elder, Ning Haijiao, had a desolate look in his eyes. With his hands behind his back, he sighed. In this world, the people of the martial world are so forgetful. They even forgot about me. It's really terrifying. Nameless person, you are courting death." Tian Yid's face was already black, and he was about to attack. Ning Haijiao said with emotion, "Back then we were born from the same mother and roamed the martial world side by side. The world's edge saber and world's edge sword shocked the world. How glorious that was! But because of a moment of carelessness, we were plotted against and retreated from the martial world. Only a few years have passed, and no one knows about me anymore. Sigh. The sorrow of life is really lamentable." Tian Yid strode over and said with a sinister smile, "The ends of the world? I will send you to the ends of the world right now." Wait. Behind him, another elder in black shouted loudly. Tian Yid said unhappily, "Sun Jun, what's wrong with you? Why did you shout at me?" Sun Jun ignored him and looked at the white-robed elder in shock and doubt. "Your surname is Ning?" The white-robed elder rolled his eyes and said, "If my surname is not Ning, then should I follow your surname?" These words were really impolite to the extreme. Sun Jun, however, broke out in a cold sweat. "May I ask what is your relationship with Ning Tianya, Supreme Martial Artist Ning?" As soon as the 3 words Ning Tianya came out, Tian Yid instantly felt as if he was struck by lightning. He was flabbergasted and took 3 steps back. He looked at the white-robed old man in front of him in disbelief. "Sigh, I originally didn't want to use my big brother's name to scare people." The white-robed old man, Ning Haijiao, sighed. "Since all of you have recognized me, I might as well tell you that I'm Ning Haijiao, Ning Tianya's younger brother." Everyone was shocked and vomited at the same time. "You're fucking not using your big brother's name to scare people. Look at how you're composing poems the moment you open your mouth. You're practically afraid that the world doesn't know about it. I really don't know how you're going to use your big brother's name to scare people. How preposterous. You say that you're Supreme Martial Artist Ning's younger brother. May I know what evidence you have?" Sun Jun's voice already had some respect. Ning Haijiao raised his hand and threw out a jade pendant. He said, "Evidence. I originally didn't want to show it to all of you, but I've retired from the martial world and haven't meddled in the affairs of the world for a long time. In order to prevent others from saying that I'm a swindler, I have no choice but to lower my status." Sun Jun caught the jade pendant and saw that there was a Ning character in the middle of the jade pendant. At this time, the experts in the hall had already walked out one by one. They surrounded the hall and watched this scene in whispers. Ning Tianya's younger brother. With such a high status, he actually came to Yi Province now, to this law enforcement branch. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Who dared to slight him? Everyone was very curious. Looking at this ordinary jade pendant in his palm, Sun Jun was somewhat baffled. Damn it, this jade pendant is made of inferior white crystal. Only a Ning character engraved on it can prove that you're Ning Tianya's younger brother? If that's the case, this old man can casually make 8,000 to 10,000 pieces. What? Ning Haijiao rolled his eyes. You can't see the mystery behind it? To think that both of you are supreme martial artists. You're practically two pig heads. If you don't use your internal energy to activate the jade pendant, how can you show the pressure of a supreme martial artist? Do you actually need this old man to teach you such a principle? Sigh, how did this world become like this? Not only do you not know how to respect your elders, all of you are still putting on airs, but all of you are actually idiots and full of shit for brains. Sun Jun was so infuriated by his scolding that he almost flew into a rage. But in the end, he still suppressed it. The white crystal contained a supreme martial artist's divine sense. With the simple material of the white crystal, it could actually contain a supreme martial artist's divine sense. This in itself was an inconceivable thing. Only those powerful people could store a supreme martial artist's divine sense in a piece of white crystal. An ordinary supreme martial artist would probably explode the moment he inserted it. Therefore, when they heard that there was supreme martial artist Ning's divine sense in it, everyone was somewhat convinced at first. All of you take a look. Come closer and see the secret behind it. This old man isn't bluffing you. Ning Haijiao hugged his arms and looked up at the sky as he shouted. Everyone also really wanted to see how this white cauldron contained a supreme martial artist's divine sense, because this represented a supreme control. This was a genuine high-level supreme martial artist's technique. Once they were touched and comprehended a little, they would benefit immensely. Therefore, no one was in the mood to fuss over this old fellow's bossy attitude, and they all gathered over. Even Nyo Dafa, who was slapped violently just now, didn't care about his old face and went over to watch with his eyes wide open. As for the slap just now, Chuan Nyo had already forgotten about it. In fact, he even felt honored. In this world, who had ever been slapped by Ning Tianya's younger brother? No one, right? It happened when one was old. Although it was a slap, but what a great honor this was. To think that I, Nyo Dafa, would one day be related to supreme martial artist Ning's Ning clan. I, Nyo Dafa, am really awesome under everyone's watchful eyes. Sun Jun carefully placed the jade pendant in his palm and activated his essence energy. The jade pendant slowly emitted a sparkling and translucent white ghost, forming a halo of light. Everyone gasped in admiration. It was indeed a supreme martial artist's technique. At this level, the supreme martial artist's divine sense was actually not exposed. Everyone became even more curious as they stared with their mouths agape. Even if they were forced to kneel on the ground by the sudden appearance of the supreme martial artist's divine sense, that would still be a rare experience. Sun Zhen's expression became even more solemn as he slowly increased the output of his essence energy. The next moment, bang! Without any warning, not only did the supreme martial artist's divine sense not appear on this ordinary white crystal jade pendant, it suddenly exploded. Everyone exclaimed in unison and were instantly dumbfounded. Pooh! A colorless and odorless gas was emitted from this white crystal pendant just like that. Everyone exclaimed and naturally had to open their mouths. They had already held their breaths for a long time just now. When they opened their mouths, they naturally had to breathe. This breath, almost everyone had a share. Most of this colorless and odorless gas was not wasted. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of it firmly. This colorless and odorless gas was really incredible. This was the innate poison that Miss Chulu'er had spent a lot of effort to come up with and give to her elder brother for self-defense. The amount of poison was huge, and the toxicity was fierce. Even if it was someone like Ning Tianya, if he suddenly inhaled it, he would only feel dizzy. Other than immediately running away to find a place to expel the poison, he would definitely not have any other thoughts. Not to mention these people now. What is this? Sun Jun was caught off guard and inhaled the most. His eyes were already seeing double, and he felt so dizzy that the world was spinning. He scolded with difficulty. What the hell are you doing? but he only heard that Ning Haijiao chuckling and saying, "That's true, that's true. Ah, fuck, this medicine is really useful." Then there were a few thuds. Lord Ning Haijiao kicked each of these experts who had already been poisoned and were swaying. He scolded, "How dare you doubt my identity? Fuck, I'm an extraterrestrial demon. What's wrong with pretending to be Ning Tianya's younger brother?" Sun Jian and Tian yet hadn't fainted yet. Upon hearing that, they could only complain. "This time we've really been cheated. It's actually the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang, and the rest." They hated themselves immensely. How could they be so careless at the entrance? 2 figures flew in. With a palm each, 2 guards who hadn't recovered from their shock were sent flying and fell to the ground unconscious. Then Sun Jian heard one of them ask, "Batong, it's done." This Ning Haijiao's voice was very smug. "Once I take action, how can it not be done? I'm Ning Tianya's younger brother. As the saying goes, those who are good at fighting don't have outstanding achievements. Once they take action, everything will be subtly settled. Don't talk nonsense." Another steady and heavy voice said, "Which one is more important than your identity? Quickly knock them out and take them away." Sun Jian and Tian Yud's consciousness stopped at this point. They had completely fainted. Before they fainted, they were still thinking, "It's over. What kind of poison is this? How can it be so overbearing? Could it be the extraterrestrial demon's unique poison?" The 3 of them picked up Tian Yud, Sun Jian, and Yo Dafa as if they were flying and left in a flash. The last person walking was Burley. When he reached the entrance, he stopped and pulled out a big saber. With a sweep of his saber, he immediately returned the saber to its sheath and left as fast as he could. The saber light was like a waterfall. Once the saber was out, it immediately split into 7 or 8 saber auras. Like a gust of wind, it cut everyone in the courtyard who had already been poisoned into 2. Blood was dripping. With a flash, the 3 of them disappeared without a trace. By the time the experts from the law enforcement hall in the backyard rushed over, the scene had already ended. There were only corpses strewn all over the courtyard. Not a single living person could be seen. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. What kind of powerful enemy could actually kill so many experts in one move without a sound? At the inn where Chu Yang and the other 2 were staying. Chapter 1164. Rue Batong and Dong Wushang agreed and left confidently. To the 2 of them, it was a piece of cake for them to get the information they wanted from the interrogation. Moreover, the 2 of them had other thoughts. Let's see who can get the information out faster. Not only must they be fast, but they must also not make any sound. This required skills. On Chu Yang's side, there was still Neo Dafa, who was still unconscious. Chu Yang did not participate in the interrogation. Instead, he supported his chin with one hand and frowned, thinking about where to start this rescue mission. What should he plan, and what kind of crisis he might encounter? After a while, Dong Wushang came over slowly. "There's news." Chu Yang's eyes flashed. "Huh." 3 days later, the team escorting Han Xiaoran, Sha Xinliang, and others will pass by Yi Province. Dong Wushang's voice was very heavy and he tried to be concise. There are 8 supreme martial artists accompanying them. Among them, for our first-grade supreme martial artists, 2 are second-grade supreme martial artists. 1 is third-grade supreme martial artist, and 1 is fifth-grade supreme martial artist. The remaining less than 30 people are all martial saints. Also, not only these forces on the surface, there are also experts protecting them secretly, but we don't know the exact number and cultivation. This escort is clearly a trap to deal with us. There's no doubt about it. Dong Wushang said, "The day before yesterday, they got the news that we entered Yi Province today. That's why they suddenly increased their speed. We rested for 3 days, and they rushed for 3 days. Now, they are still 3 days away from Yi Province." 3 days away. Chu Yang said, "Then what happened here will not be hidden from them. They will definitely guess that we will take action. Dong Wushang nodded. Yes. Then, whether we take action in advance or delay it for a few days, it will all be within their expectations. Chu Yang frowned and thought for a long time. He said, After passing by Yi Province, where should we go? After passing by Yi Province. Then we will go to Ling County and then pass by Stacked Rocks Mountain. After that, we will pass by Yuko, Long White Beach, Dianzhou, and enter Law Enforcement City. Dong Wushang said concisely, This place is far from Law Enforcement City. It's not too far away. Chu Yang nodded. He looked up and pondered. Han Shaoran and the others, a total of 22 people, all have their cultivation sealed. He might have even been tortured. However, I don't know the exact situation now, Dong Wushang added after thinking for a while. Chu Yang nodded again with a calm face. At this moment, Rui Butong walked in with a sullen face. Dong Wushang and Chu Yang both raised their heads to look at him. Rui Butong smiled embarrassedly and said, And my luck is a little bad. I met a tough guy. I smashed him into pieces. But he didn't say anything. He's got balls. I lost. Chu Yang laughed. That's why I said that you're still inexperienced. Any martial artist who had reached this stage could basically face death with equanimity. Even if they were afraid of death, it was difficult for ordinary people to torture them to the point where they would rather die than live. Blindly torturing him is useless. Rui Butong said somewhat unwillingly. Then Dong Wushang, have you gotten the answer? How did you do it? I asked. Dong Wushang said solemnly, I only went in to wake him up and tell him that we've captured 15 of them, and Niu Dafa had already confessed, so I specially came to him to verify it. The first time I asked him if he would say anything, he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Then I punched one of his eyes. The second time I asked him, I broke both of his legs. Then I told him that there's no value in him not saying anything, so I'll kill him and ask the others. 15 people, I got the answer. If he didn't want his body and soul to be destroyed and want to enter the reincarnation cycle, he had to say it obediently. Sure enough, he said it on the third time. What the heck, so simple. Rui Butong was stunned. I even tore apart the one on my side. Chu Yang snorted. You must have told him that we've only captured 3 people. Rui Butong said, Yes, I said it. I don't believe that I can't pry open one of your mouths. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were speechless. Chu Yang rubbed his eyebrows for a while and said, In the future, try not to let Rui Butong interfere in this kind of business. Dong Wushang agreed readily. Rui Butong's self-esteem was greatly hurt. He wanted to say something, but Chu Yang had already woken Niu Dafa up. He asked lightly, I heard that the law enforcement team escorting Han Shaoran will pass by Yi Province 3 days later? Niu Dafa stared and didn't say a word. I heard that there are 8 supreme martial artists inside, 4 first grade, 2 second grade, 1 fifth grade, and 1 third grade? Chu Yang continued to ask. After asking 5 questions in a row, Niu Dafa finally said angrily, Why are you still asking when you already know? Fuck, who's the traitor? Pooh. Chu Yang nodded and gave him a look. Dong Wushang stood up and gave him a kick that knocked him out. Then he carried him on his shoulder and jumped out with a whoosh. He went to destroy the corpse and the evidence. It had to be said that Dong Wushang was now very familiar with this line of work, to the extent that he was extremely familiar with it. Chu Yang sat on the chair and pondered deeply. He said lightly, If I'm the law enforcement officer, I'll definitely be on guard everywhere when I'm escorting someone here. So, a sneak attack is not feasible. We have to fight a tough battle. If I'm the escort, since I've already set up a trap, I'll definitely send someone to receive them when they're about to reach Yi Province to confirm the news. And for this part of the journey, in order to be able to react as quickly as possible, one supreme martial artist should rush over at full speed when they're about 2 days away from Yi Province to confirm the news. The rest of the people should rush over at their original speed. At the latest, they'll be able to return and exchange information with each other in 1 day. They'll have 1 day to prepare. So, their strength should be at its weakest on the second day when they're about to reach here, which is tomorrow. Once they've passed Yi Province, their strength will no longer be scattered. And the closer they get to Law Enforcement City, the greater the threat will be. Chu Yang frowned. Batong, give me the map. Rue Batong took the map and said, Boss, if we think this way, so will the enemy. So, they should all know that the journey to Yi Province is the most dangerous. They'll definitely put in more effort to take precautions. Chu Yang said lightly, it's precisely because of this that we have to take action during this period of time. He looked at the map inch by inch, and finally his finger stopped at a place. Eagle Beak Cliff? Rue Batong raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Yes, Eagle Beak Cliff. This is the place where we're least likely to be attacked. The field of vision is wide, and even if we succeed, we won't be able to escape from their field of vision in a short period of time. Their vigilance may be lowered, but how are we going to escape? And bring so many people with us? Rue Batong asked, puzzled. Chu Yang said, I'm also considering this aspect. Dong Wushang walked in and said, Boss, this is a critical moment. I'm afraid we'll have to give up something. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Give up? Rue Batong and Dong Wushang also lowered their heads, especially Dong Wushang, who felt his face heat up. As a brother, he understood Chu Yang's feelings very well, but he still had to bring up this seemingly heartless suggestion, because the current situation was that they could successfully rescue the main target. It was already very difficult. Even the three of them had a certain chance of losing their lives in it. If they were to take care of all of them would definitely die. Chu Yang painfully considered for a while. He said decisively, there are three main targets now. Han Shaoran, Sha Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan. Depending on the situation, if we can rescue all of them, we'll take all of them with us. If we can't. Dong Wushang and Rue Batong lowered their heads sadly. Chu Yang finally gritted his teeth. If we can't, we'll snatch these three people and leave immediately. If we can't snatch these three people, then we'll just snatch one of them. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were as calm as ice. I have to emphasize one point. Protect yourselves first. Only when we're safe can we save them. If we have to sacrifice ourselves, that's the bravery of a fool. It's the stupidity of a fool. Dong Wushang and Rue Batong both nodded heavily. Let's start the operation now. Chu Yang stood up and said, Do the two of you have anything to prepare? What else do we need to prepare? The two of them smiled. The three of them looked at each other solemnly, and then smiled at the same time. The pressure that had just formed was as heavy as a mountain. Suddenly, it vanished into nothingness with the three brothers' smiles, with Chu Yang in front, Dong Wushang in the middle, and Rue Batong at the back. The three of them walked out of the room in a single file. They looked up. Stars dotted the sky, and the bright moon hung in the sky. Let's go. Chu Yang stood up. Instantly, he turned into a wisp of black smoke. Dong Wushang and Rue Batong followed him without saying a word. The three of them formed a line and ran in the dark night, facing the night wind. Their destination, their way of origin, Eagle Beak Cliff. Three black shadows arrived here at midnight. There was only a lonely mountain here. The front part was hooked like an eagle's beak, and there was actually a concave hole in the middle. Other than that, there were endless plains on the three sides. The dense green grass swayed with the wind. It was a large grassland. There was a path in between the bushes, winding into the distance. On the other side of the mountain, there was a cliff that seemed to have been cut by a knife. It was straight from top to bottom, and there were some cavities. Looking at the terrain that he could see through at a glance, Chu Yang frowned and thought for a long time. He finally decided on a plan of action. Once the battle starts, don't show yourself, Batong. Wushang and I will fight fiercely. Once we rescue someone, you will be in charge of covering the rear. Chu Yang's eyes shone. reflecting the starlight in the sky. At this moment, they were actually somewhat bright. "No problem," Rue Batong said. "I'm just worried about that third-grade supreme martial artist and that fifth-grade supreme martial artist, how to deal with them." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said heavily, "I'll deal with them." He turned his head. "Wushang, you've advanced by 1 grade and become an 8th-grade Saber Saint. Do you have confidence in blocking 2 first-grade supreme martial artists on your own?" Dong Wushang's thick lips moved. He said briefly, "I'm just trying my best to hold them back. Within 5 breaths, there's a 30% chance. If 7 breaths pass, there's a 100% chance that I'll die." Chu Yang looked into the distance and said, "I only need the time of 2 breaths." Make up for the second update. Chapter 1165. The team was like a long dragon, trudging in the night. As the spring breeze blew past, the thick grass on both sides of the road made a whistling sound. Han Shaoran walked in the middle of the team with a cold expression. Behind him were Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan. The two of them were not as relaxed as Han Shaoran, because Han Shaoran seemed to have received preferential treatment. There were no loose items on his body, but Sha Xinliang and the others were chained. The long chain started from Sha Xinliang and ended at the last person. There were 22 people chained together in a chain. The chain faintly emitted the color of starlight. "Law Enforcement Master Han, I'm really sorry that you didn't know the right person this time and made friends with bandits by mistake." The one who spoke was a young man riding a horse. He was right next to Han Shaoran. After he finished speaking, he didn't forget to turn back and scold. "Go faster, Sha Xinliang. Although you can't break free from this star chain, it won't hinder your journey too much. As for speed, don't put on a tortured look. Go faster." Sha Xinliang and the others snorted coldly and still refused to budge. Han Shaoran said lightly, "Chu Yang is definitely not an extraterrestrial demon." After he finished speaking, he shut his mouth. "Not an extraterrestrial demon." That person laughed and said earnestly, "Brother Han, the Dharma Supreme has already admitted that he's an extraterrestrial demon. Why are you still so stubborn? With your current attitude, I'm afraid that it'll be really difficult for you when you reach the law enforcement city." Han Shaoran said, "The Dharma Supreme didn't do well in this matter. If he wants to kill someone, just kill him. Why does he have to give him the title of an extraterrestrial demon? How can he frame someone like that?" That person laughed angrily. "Han Shaoran, I'll remind you for the last time. Every word you say now is a capital offense." Han Shaoran smiled lightly. In order to deal with Chu Yang, he didn't hesitate to torture his own people. "I recommended Chu Yang. Although I don't know what happened in the end. I'm sure that one of the Dharma Supreme's plans was foiled because of Chu Yang. Under such circumstances, it's understandable that the Dharma Supreme wants to vent his anger on me. That's why I knew I wouldn't be able to survive the moment you arrived. So, why can't I tell you the truth?" That person frowned. "You clearly know what you have to do to survive." Han Shaoran shook his head. "I'd rather die than betray my friends." Behind him, Sha Xinliang cheered loudly. "Good! Law Enforcement Master, we also want to learn from you." "Pa!" Sha Xinliang was slapped hard on the face, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A person beside him scolded, "You unrepentant death row prisoner! Colluding with the extraterrestrial demons is a crime even worse than death." Sha Xinliang was furious and shouted, "You're the extraterrestrial demons! Your whole family are extraterrestrial demons! Motherfucker! Who doesn't know whether they're extraterrestrial demons or not? You know the methods of the law enforcement officers better than you do. If you want to kill me, then kill me. But if you want to play righteous in front of me, screw that leg of yours." Qin Baoshan laughed loudly. "Old Sha, you've finally spoken human words for once. I'm very happy to hear these words." The escorts were furious. Whips and rods were lashed down. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan scolded incessantly. Even though their skin and flesh were split open, they still scolded incessantly. The whole team was in an uproar, and the 10 or so people behind them were also in a mess. Some scolded, some struggled, and some cried and begged for mercy. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have colluded with that extraterrestrial demon, Chu Yang with Sha Xinliang. I'm wrong. I'll definitely change my ways. Please give me a chance. Instantly, it was a mess. In the chaos, a dignified voice shouted angrily, "What's the trouble?" "We're still on the road now. When we reach our destination, won't you be able to do whatever you want? Do you have to shout like this on the road?" Han Shaoran stood there with his arms folded and looked on coldly. He didn't stop them, nor did he scold them. Looking at his subordinates being humiliated and beaten up, his eyes revealed infinite sadness and disappointment. He smiled bitterly, and his voice revealed endless desolation. "This is a law enforcement officer. This is our law enforcement officer. Haha, this is the law enforcement officer of the heavens. Distorting the truth, fabricating things out of thin air, from top to bottom. Jackals of the same tribe." After a commotion, the team started to move again. The Eagle Beak Cliff was in front. The escorts heaved a sigh of relief. The original resting place was the Eagle Beak Cliff. The view here was the broadest, and it was the hardest for the enemy to attack. Of course, it was the ideal resting place. 2 figures left the team like a gust of wind and rushed towards the starry night of Yi Prefecture. The trap had been set, but the traces of the enemy were still vague. They had to confirm the information before making a decision. These 2 people were going to scout for information. The night wind whistled and got stronger. In the grass, Chu Yang looked at the escorting team coming over. His eyes were like ice and thunder. As expected, 2 supreme martial artists had already left this place, but the remaining strength was still extremely strong. It was far from what 3 people could succeed in fighting head-on. "Sword spirit, what level of power can you exert when you possess my body?" Chu Yang asked in his mind. The sword spirit smiled, 3rd grade supreme martial artist. "But it's definitely not a match for a 5th grade supreme martial artist." Only the 2 of them understood this sentence. With the sharpness of the Calamity Sword and the special power of a sword saint, Chu Yang could defeat enemies of a higher level. Similarly, the sword spirit could also defeat enemies of a higher level. But this kind of battle could only be fought by those below the level of supreme martial artist. But at the level of supreme martial artist, it was already very difficult for a 3rd grade supreme martial artist to defeat an enemy at the peak level of supreme martial artist. Not to mention a 4th grade or 5th grade supreme martial artist. But now that the arrow was on the bow, it had to be released. Hearing Sha Xinliang's angry scolding, Chu Yang's blood surged. These law enforcement officers were setting up camp. Although there weren't many of them, every one of them was extremely neat. In the blink of an eye, half of the camp was already set up. At this moment, a desolate aura suddenly appeared. Everyone looked over vigilantly at the same time. They saw a man in black appear quietly in front of them in the night sky, floating over. His arrival seemed to bring with it the desolation of ancient times. Even though it was just a shadow from afar, that sense of loneliness and desolation, that sense of loneliness and vicissitudes of thousands of years without a bosom friend. Everyone immediately raised their vigilance. This person was very old, at least a few thousand years old. This was the first thought. This person's cultivation was very high, very high. This was the second thought. This person was very lonely. He should be a recluse. This was the third thought. In the team, a 3rd grade supreme martial artist and a 5th grade supreme martial artist looked at each other and saw the same feeling in each other's eyes. They were both in dire straits. 1st and 2nd grade supreme martial artists had at most cultivated for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, they had been fighting and learning from each other all year round and had been traveling the world all year round to practice martial arts and handle affairs. It could be said that their days were very fulfilling. They didn't have any deeper understanding of this kind of loneliness and desolation. Only third-grade supreme martial artists and above could understand how this kind of loneliness and vicissitudes of life tormented people, how it made people dream of it in the middle of the night, how it made people sad and sad, who didn't have friends and relatives, who didn't have lovers, who didn't have past memories engraved in their hearts. But now, where were his friends and relatives? Where were his lovers back then? Only the past was engraved in their hearts, turning into a soft sigh in the middle of the night together with the pledge of eternal love. Both of them sighed softly and stood up at the same time. In the next moment, the black-clothed man was already in front of him. He was dressed in black and had a thin figure. The wide black robe covering his body made him look like a huge bat, as if he would fly away at any time. His face was thin, and one couldn't tell how old he was. But his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like two bottomless pools, without any ripples. "Where did you come from?" The fifth-grade supreme martial artist, Tang Wufang, asked quietly. There was no anger in his voice. He was touched by the desolate aura of this man in black and resonated with him. Moreover, this man looked very different from the extraterrestrial demons in the intelligence report. His temperament was also completely different. Although he was alert, he couldn't help but think that this man might not be an enemy. The man in black sighed and said, "Traveling alone in the middle of the night is definitely not a coincidence. I must have come with a purpose." Tang Wufang smiled in agreement and said, "That's right, you must have come for us. But what is your purpose?" The man in black's voice was bleak and ethereal. He looked up at the sky and said indifferently, "Just now I faintly felt that there was someone who resonated with me. I think it must be you." Tang Wufang took a breath and said heavily, "The lonely world, the vicissitudes of life, the boundless secular world, is nothing more than a sigh." The man in black stood with his hands behind his back and nodded slowly. He said bleakly, "That's right, life and death, right and wrong. The world and the heavens are all nothingness." Tang Wufang and the man in black sighed in unison. Tang Wufang asked, "May I know your name?" The man in black said sadly, "A long, long time ago, my name was Kongling. My surname is Jian, and the sword in my sword is Jian Kongling." Jian Kongling. Tang Wufang smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, I've never heard of your name." Jian Kongling shook his head indifferently. "I've been living in seclusion deep in the mountains for many years, facing only the heavens and earth, alone in the secular world. It'd be weird if you've heard of me. Jian Kongling. Haha. Only now do I understand that my name is really wonderful. Now my sword is still here, and my whole world is only left with Jian Kongling." Tang Wufang was silent. Jian Kongling said, "You resonated with me just now. I think you also have a bitter past?" Tang Wufang smiled bitterly. "To be able to cultivate to our level. Even if it's not bitter, it's still bitter." "This is very reasonable." Jian Kongling looked up and sighed. "Even if it's not bitter, it's still bitter. Ha ha ha. Good, what a good. Even if it's not bitter, it's still bitter." "Brother Jian, you must have come for something important?" Tang Wufang asked after some consideration. "I'm here for the extraterrestrial demon." Jian Kongling's eyes were empty. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Back then, my whole clan, including my teacher and grandmaster, all lived in seclusion at the end of the world, with the stars as their companions. But that time when I went out and came back 3 months later, I found that they had all mysteriously disappeared and died. There were only traces of blood, but no corpses. I've traveled all over the world and never met any enemy. Now that I heard the Dharma Supreme's letter mentioning the extraterrestrial demon, I suddenly realized. So, I've specially come to see if this extraterrestrial demon is the one who killed my teacher." Yin Tian wrote very seriously, and each word was written with great care. "So, I want a few monthly tickets as a reward. Recommended 2 amazing books. Great God Huang Fuqi's new book, Divine Throne, and Great God He Changzai's new book, Official Luck, are on the shelves at the same time. Currently, the two of them are fighting for the new book list. They have already written 3 to 400,000 words. Everyone can go and take a look. If you think my recommended books are okay, you can support them by subscribing to them. Haha. New books are difficult. I need everyone's help. Chapter 1166. I see. Tang Wufang chuckled. He muttered in his heart, "This extraterrestrial demon is only a means to deal with those people." I don't believe it at all. But looking at the situation, quite a number of people have really died. If this one in front of him suddenly recovered, wouldn't he be a great help? However, what he said was somewhat true. Jian Kongling stood there desolately and said, "Are these all the henchmen of the extraterrestrial demon?" Tang Wufang said, "Yes, they're about to be escorted to the headquarters for trial." Jian Kongling gave an uninterested, "Oh." A gust of night wind blew, and his black robe fluttered with a whoosh. He seemed to shiver a little and said, "These people, can I take a look?" Tang Wufang was a little troubled. "Brother, these people are all serious criminals." Jian Kongling nodded in understanding and said, "Yes, I appeared a little suddenly. I'm sorry. It's understandable that you don't trust me." He stood there in a daze for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, "Since that's the case, we'll meet again in the future. When there's news about the extraterrestrial demon, I'll come again." Tang Wufang was speechless. The black-robed man Jian Kongling smiled indifferently and nodded slightly. Then his body floated up, and with a whoosh he was hundreds of feet away. In midair, he left a long, desolate sigh. He left in a hurry. It was obvious that he really didn't want to stay here any longer. Seeing his figure become a little black dot and about to disappear from sight, Tang Wufang's eyes flickered. This person seems to be a real hermit. He's not an enemy, and he's indifferent and easy to fool. It's really a pity to let such a person go. Thinking of this, he raised his voice and said, "Brother, please stay." Jian Kongling's figure had already disappeared. Only a sigh was heard. "No need." Tang Wufang raised his voice and said, "Brother, don't you want to know about the extraterrestrial demon?" There was no reply from the other side, but Tang Wufang knew that after the other party heard this, he stopped. Although he didn't turn back, he was already tempted. Then he said, "Brother, don't you want to confirm who killed your master? Don't you want to know who killed your clan? Are you an extraterrestrial demon?" With a flash of a figure, Jian Kongling slowly approached from afar. When he arrived in front of Tang Wufang, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You're an interesting person. You wouldn't let me see earlier, and now that I'm about to leave, you're in a hurry to call me." Tang Wufang chuckled. "The Jianghu is strange now. It's hard to tell friend from foe. Please forgive me." Jian Kongling said bleakly, "Has it reached such an unbelievable level? The Jianghu now." Sigh. Tang Wufang chuckled and said, however, "In the end, we still have to believe what we should believe." Jian Kongling nodded deeply. "I want to ask them." Tang Wufang said, "Please go ahead, brother." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the escorts opened up a path. Jian Kongling put his hands behind his back. Everyone watched as his footsteps moved. They felt as if every step he took was a bitter and bloody tear. Every movement was filled with loneliness and desolation. Everyone couldn't help but feel pity for him. What kind of painful experience, what kind of loneliness could make a person's temperament so different from the rest? With his hands behind his back, he walked to Han Shaoran and said, "You're the accomplice of the extraterrestrial demon?" Han Shaoran said lightly, "Are there extraterrestrial demons in this world?" Jian Kongling smiled lightly. "Whether there are or not, we'll have to investigate thoroughly before we can make a conclusion." Han Shaoran snorted. "But in the process of investigating thoroughly, how many lives do we have to kill?" Jian Kongling said lightly about this. It's okay. I've been wandering the Jianghu for 1,200 years. Speaking till here, he paused for a while and said, Wandering the Jianghu, killing is inevitable. But I have my conscience book. Every time I kill someone, I record it in it. What crime did they commit and why they were killed? It's very clear. Even after killing someone, I still have to investigate. For 1,200 years, I haven't killed anyone wrongly. Han Shaoran's eyes lit up as he looked at Jian Kongling. He said, Really? Jian Kongling smiled lightly. My heart is at ease. Han Shaoran breathed heavily, and his eyes flashed with a complicated light. He said, I admire you, but with your character, you'll be at a disadvantage in this Jianghu. Why don't you go back impatiently and live in seclusion? Jian Kongling smiled. Where justice is, there's no need to talk about life and death. What they said just now was exactly what Han Shaoran said when Chu Yang and Han Shaoran met for the first time. Chu Yang was saying, don't be impulsive. When we take action later, don't resist. Cooperate with me. Han Shaoran was definitely not stupid. Once he heard it, he knew that the person in front of him was none other than his little brother. The shock he felt at this moment was really unparalleled. He had been a law enforcement officer for 1,000 years, and he had many friends and old friends. But this time when he was convicted, those people all pretended to be deaf and dumb. They didn't even dare to stand out and say a word of justice. But this little brother came here to save him regardless of his life and death. Comparing the two, Han Shaoran only felt a surge of emotions. Tang Wufang naturally didn't understand the mystery behind this very ordinary sentence. He clapped his hands and said, That's right. Brother Jian came for revenge. And you want to live in seclusion? Haha. Law enforcement master Han, is this how you persuade people to be afraid of death? Jian Kongling smiled, turned around and said, Brother Tang, these people's cultivations aren't sealed. If you're escorting them like this, won't it be big trouble if the extraterrestrial demons come? Tang Wufang smiled and said, It's okay. Keeping their cultivations is for the convenience of traveling. There's medicine in their bodies, and they have to take the antidote every 6 hours. Even if they manage to escape, they won't be able to escape the fate of dying from the poison. I see, Jian Kongling said, although it's a little inhumane, but it's indeed the most effective and best way. Tang Wufang and the others were a little disdainful. It seemed that this guy had become stupid from living in seclusion. He actually said that such a method was inhumane, but he was a righteous person, and this was good to make use of. If the gentleman doesn't listen, the gentleman can be bullied? Jian Kongling's black clothes fluttered. He walked to Sha Xinliang and said, This Baldy is really bright. Baldy, let me ask you, what does that extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang look like? Sha Xinliang spat a mouthful of saliva. He scolded, Fuck you. You're the extraterrestrial demon. Your whole family are extraterrestrial demons. Sha Xinliang was very straightforward. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to survive this time. Even if the Dharma Supreme was right in front of him, he also dared to spit at him. Since he was going to die anyway, what was there to be afraid of? Jian Kongling frowned and said, You're really hopeless, you're so stubborn. Even if you have the heavenly liquid, it can't clear your head. The evidence is conclusive. You've been caught red-handed, and the evidence is irrefutable. Yet you're still quibbling. This is really outrageous. If not for the fact that I don't like to use torture on people, I can easily make you hover between life and death with just one finger. Sha Xinliang roared, Fuck! Heavenly jade liquid. Mediocre treatment of chronic diseases. These were the words that Chu Yang had said to Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan. The two of them were almost scared to death by his words. How could they forget it? At this point, if Sha Xinliang still didn't understand who the person in front of him was, he really didn't want to live anymore. Not only did he understand, Qin Baoshan also understood. So Sha Xinliang couldn't help but roar, Fuck! These two short words were filled with infinite shock. But after roaring, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly added, "Fuck, if you're so capable, why don't you try torturing me? If I even frown, I'm not a real man." Jian Kongling frowned and said, "I'm just asking you about this, and I don't want to torture you." Sha Xinliang said, "That's because you don't dare to." Jian Kongling's eyes turned serious. Murderous intent surged all over his body. Suddenly he snorted heavily, turned back and said, "Brother Tang, that extraterrestrial demon should come to save them, right?" How would Tang Wufang know that at this moment, something that he had never dreamed of actually happened right under his nose? He smiled and said, "Yes, here. This is a trap. As long as they're willing to come to save them, I guarantee that they won't be able to leave." Jian Kongling looked around and smiled faintly. "These forces don't seem to be very strong." There was disdain in his voice. Tang Wufang said, "Don't worry, Brother Jian. We still have 2 fifth-grade experts hiding in the dark. This is a foolproof thing." Jian Kongling's eyes lit up. "So it's 2 sides. I'm impressed. Brother Tang, this baldy. I want to interrogate him." Tang Wufang understood and joked. "Brother Jian must have lived in seclusion for so many years, and no one has ever scolded you like this? Huh?" Jian Kongling smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Tang is indeed my soulmate." Tang Wufang laughed loudly. He waved his hand generously and said, "Anyway, they're all going to die. Brother Jian can punish them however you want." Jian Kongling nodded reservedly. "I won't make things difficult for Brother Tang." He looked at Tang Wufang with a sincere gaze and said, "After this matter with the extraterrestrial demon is over, if I can fulfill my wish, I'll definitely be on good terms with Brother Tang. It's hard to find a soulmate in this world." Tang Wufang's eyes lit up and he said, "That's exactly what I'm looking for." Jian Kongling laughed and said, "Brother Tang, you're flattering me." Tang Wufang knew that he was going to attack and said, "I'd like to see Brother Jian's skills." Jian Kongling said deeply, "My surname is Jian, and my name is Jian. My best skill is to use the sword." As he said that, he stretched out his palm. With a clang, a long sword shining with cold light appeared in his hand. The night was like a cold wave in autumn, and an awe-inspiring aura instantly spread out. "Good sword," Tang Wufang praised loudly, intending to be on good terms with him. "This sword of mine is more than just good." Jian Kongling smiled conceitedly and said, "Brother Tang, please look over here." As he said that, he tilted his sword slightly, letting the starlight shine on one side of the sword. Tang Wufang looked down and muttered, this sword is good for it." Jian Kongling smiled gently. Suddenly, he shook the long sword fiercely. The long sword was like a soaring dragon. With a flash of sword light, a human head flew up into the air. The head that flew up into the air belonged to Tang Wufang, who had just moved his neck closer to look at the divine sword. Recommended Wushan *** S AO Tian Zun. There's a link on the page. It's already 1 million words. He's already very fat. Everyone go and kill him. Chapter 1167. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and a deep sword wound appeared on his chest. His eyes flashed, and he murmured, "What a sharp sword aura!" "It's just a collision of aura, and it can actually damage my internal organs." And the sword aura was instantly destroyed by the full force of the 5th grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang's body flew out like a kite with a broken string and almost lost consciousness in midair. Han Xiaoran, who was on his back, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. But at this moment his last bit of clarity allowed him to control the blood in his mouth and not spit it out. With a gulp, he swallowed the heavy pill. Immediately, the sword spirit's consciousness fell into a state of chaos. Although he was attacking with all his might now, he had not completely recovered to his peak state. After this collision, even his divine sense was severely injured. Chu Yang's body was tumbling down. and the power of the incomplete version of the heavy pill was rapidly repairing Chu Yang's body as he tumbled down. And the moment the sword spirit's consciousness withdrew, Chu Yang's own consciousness took control of his body. He tried hard to urge the medicinal power to flow through his limbs and bones. When he finally rolled and fell to the ground, he had already recovered. His toes touched the ground, and the sword tip emitted a bright rainbow. Once again, he became one with the sword and flashed across the night sky like a meteor. Flying. Behind him, the two fifth-grade supreme martial artists exclaimed in surprise at the same time. In their eyes, Chu Yang's body had obviously lost consciousness and strength. All his cultivation was completely scattered by this earth-shattering palm. He rolled and fell completely uncontrollably. Once he fell to the ground, he would definitely be unconscious. On this point, the two fifth-grade supreme martial artists were both veterans of hundreds of battles and had seen countless of such situations. But they did not expect that this person, who was falling like a withered, would actually bounce up the moment he fell to the ground. With a speed that was definitely not inferior to his previous speed, he even activated the extremely energy-consuming technique of becoming one with the sword. This was really too surprising. Although the two were surprised, they still hurried to catch up. The other party was carrying someone on his back, and his cultivation was far below theirs. He definitely could not escape. Hundreds of feet behind them, there were a few low-level supreme martial artists who were desperately trying to catch up. Everyone's face was full of anger, and their eyes were full of shame and indignation. This was too much. This was simply too much. Such deceit, such scheming, such that he would not be able to rest in peace if he did not kill him. Another fifth-grade supreme martial artist raised his hand and was about to launch an attack. However, he was stopped by another person who was speeding ahead. "Wait, you can't use that kind of technique. I used it just now, but I was shocked by his sword chi. Now my internal organs are injured. If you get injured again, I'm afraid these people will really escape today." The fifth-grade supreme martial artist thought for a while and put down his hand. The next moment, he stomped his foot and lifted the ground with one hand. A rumbling sound was heard, and the ground within a radius of several thousand feet was lifted up. It was as if the clouds in the sky were overturned one by one. Then he clapped his palms. An entire piece of land flew up from the ground. Then it violently smashed down towards Chu Yang and the other two, who were running. "Fuck! Rue! Batong!" exclaimed with his eyes wide open. This was the first time the three of them had fought with a supreme-level expert. This time, they had truly tasted the might of a supreme-level expert. The ground was lifted up and smashed over. With a roll, he had traveled more than a dozen miles away. Then, another dozen miles of distance was within the range of the impact. The three of them could only feel the ground shaking and trembling. Above their heads, everything was dark. "Don't worry about this. Just run forward. When we reach Eagle Beak Cliff, we'll act according to the original plan." Chu Yang roared in a low voice. He carried Han Shaoran on his back and flew close to the ground. On his back, Han Shaoran said anxiously, "Little brother, put us down. We still have a chance of survival. If you carry us on your back, I'm afraid we're all finished." "Shut up," Chu Yang shouted angrily. "If you want to put us down, why did we come?" Han Shaoran heaved a long sigh. Chu Yang was right. If they could put us down, why did they come to save us? Wouldn't it be fine to leave us to our own devices? But the current situation was really not optimistic. Although they had already killed most of the opponents, there were still two first-grade supreme martial artists left. Two second-grade supreme martial artists. One third-grade supreme martial artist, and two fifth-grade supreme martial artists. Such strength made Han Shaoran's scalp tingle at the thought of it. With the cultivation of Chu Yang and the rest, how could they escape with the three of them under the siege of so many experts? The ground that had been lifted up above their heads was about to fall back down. Behind them, 7 to 8 figures flew over like they were riding on clouds. They had already reached the top of this large piece of land. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and shouted, "Target, Eagle Beak Cliff! Full speed ahead! At all costs!" This voice was so loud that it was practically deafening. It was obviously hysterical. The people from both sides could hear it clearly. Chapter 1168. After Chu Yang finished speaking loudly, he immediately sent a message to Rui Batong and Dong Wushang via telepathy. Then, the ground above their heads finally came crashing down. The moment it came crashing down, the three of them stopped in their tracks at the same time. Then, they abruptly fell backward. With a kick of their feet, the sword light flashed. Chu Yang, who was in front, actually leaped backward. With a slight sound, Chu Yang had already escaped. He had grasped the timing very well. The moment they came back, there was a whooshing sound above their heads. The supreme martial artists had flown over. Rui Batong and Dong Wushang followed them out like lightning. Chu Yang didn't hesitate either. With a whirl of the sword tip, he drilled out another hole in the ground several feet away from the hole that he had drilled out of. Then, he drilled back in the direction that he had originally gone. Dong Wushang and Rui Batong understood and followed closely behind him. As soon as they came in, the ground that had spun up quickly fell back down, blocking the gap tightly. The three of them held their breaths and used the most ingenious method to make the ground solid. Then they rushed forward. Although their speed was many times slower, they didn't make any sound at all. There was a loud bang from above, and the whole wasteland shook. The huge piece of ground hit the ground, and the surrounding grass was actually shaken to the point that even their roots were lifted off the ground. The people above flew past, but suddenly realized that they couldn't see where the enemy was. One of them shouted, "We've been tricked." They said they were going forward, but in fact they were going backward. Then the crowd hurried back to check in anger, only to see that at the root of the ground there was actually a big hole made by sword light. At once, everyone was mad with anger. "Junior, they've gone too far." One of the 5th grade supreme martial artists stomped his feet fiercely. After them, the crowd rushed back the way they came. However, after chasing for 10,000 feet, they still didn't find anything. Finally, someone asked, could they have stayed where they were? Smack! The person who said this was slapped hard. "Phut! Why didn't you say so earlier?" That person covered his face, extremely aggrieved. "Didn't I just think of it?" But the crowd had already turned around again and chased back the way they came. When he reached the original location, he still didn't find anything. That 5th grade supreme martial artist was so angry that even his hair was about to stand up. He said furiously, "Even if we have to turn the earth upside down, we must find them. There was no way they could leave. Turn it over inch by inch." One of them said, "Divine sense detection." The 2 5th grade supreme martial artists were infuriated at the same time. If probing with divine senses is useful, do we still need you to tell us? Although they were angry, they were also very confused. The other party's cultivation was clearly inferior to his. But how could it hide from the probing of his divine sense? But they didn't know that Chu Yang, who was underground, was spreading out his divine sense with all his might and enveloping all of them within it. After his divine sense devoured the divine soul of the 1st generation Calamity, Swordmaster, he was now number 1 in the world. Even Ning Tianya, they might not be as strong as his divine sense, so it would be easy for them to hide from the people above. "Will we just hide here? Once they leave, we will be safe?" Rui Batong said whimsically, "You must be dreaming." Dong Wushang said bluntly, "They will find us sooner or later." Chu Yang insipidly said. His eyes revealed a cold and sharp divine light as he said in a deep voice, "Listen, when they find us, it will be the most dangerous moment. And our chance will be the moment they find us. At that time, Wushang, you must hold off the 2 1st-grade supreme martial artists for a breath's time. Batong, the original plan to cover the retreat will not change. I will do my best to fight my way out and reach Eagle Beak Cliff. Everything will go according to the original plan, Chu Yang said in a low voice. Being in a desperate situation, his eyes were calm. However, he was calm and confident like never before. You have to believe that we can survive. Rue Butong cried out in surprise. Boss, so your plan has already predicted what happened before. That's why you specially prepared for it? No. My original plan was that if my disguise didn't work and I couldn't deceive the enemy when I snatched it by force. However, since it didn't work at that stage, then it will be used at this stage. If it still doesn't work at this stage, then it will be used at the next stage. The plan remains unchanged, Chu Yang said indifferently. Now they have started to move. Before he finished speaking, the ground started to shake violently. Fifth-grade supreme martial artists lifted up the ground piece by piece, and then the surrounding people worked together to break the ground. Such an action was spreading towards them. As the ground shook, Chu Yang said calmly, Brother Sha, Brother Qin, Brother Han, the three of you must also be mentally prepared. Although we have reached this stage, but we may not be able to protect all of you. Once you fall into the enemy's hands, immediately surrender and save your lives, so that we can save all of you in the next time. Han Shaoran, Sha Xinliang, and Qin Baoshan all shook their heads lightly. Han Shaoran said, Brother, we are already very satisfied that you can come today. All our efforts are not in vain. We have already lost confidence in law enforcement officers and this world. Even the Dharma Supreme, whose name is known throughout the world, can do this. What can we do if we live? We might as well die. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as we live, there will be a chance. Chu Yang said calmly, Now is not the time to argue. You just have to remember to live. This is my only request to all of you. If you fall into the enemy's hands, even if it means death, you must hold on. At this point, the ground suddenly shook. Then, everyone felt that they were in midair. The piece of land that they were on had already been lifted up by the fifth-grade supreme martial artist with all his strength. The people who were left in the soil were all lifted up high into the air. Then, the whistling force from all directions rushed towards them. After breaking more than 20 pieces of land, the supreme martial artists were a little numb. Some even thought that the enemy might have already escaped and they were just doing useless work now. Although they didn't dare to say this out loud, some of them had such thoughts. But there were definitely many of them. The force from all directions gathered. That fifth-grade supreme martial artist had already used his right hand to lift up another piece of land next to him. Obviously, he had already given up hope that the piece of land that he had just lifted up didn't have any abnormalities when it was lifted up. At this moment, with a boom, sword aura swept across the heaven and earth. At this moment, 3 silhouettes shot out from a lump of dirt like an explosion and spread out in 3 different directions. There was actually a flash of red light. Rue Butong disappeared immediately. A 5th-grade supreme martial artist and a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist reacted the fastest. With a move of their bodies, they were already in front of them. They had just reached their positions. Chu Yang was already coming towards them. Right in front of them, a ball of sword light suddenly exploded with a kind of magnificent aura. As if the blue sky had cracked open, it shot straight towards them. Iron walls and bronze walls, the battle never ends. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? These 2 moves had already finished accumulating power at the moment of explosion. With the release of the last move, don't retract the blade to slay the whole world. It was already out of the scope of the Calamity sword technique. Whether it was the aura or the feeling, it was no longer the Calamity sword technique. But its power didn't weaken at all. Moreover, Chu Yang faintly felt that when he released the sword move like this, the Heaven Divine technique in his body seemed to have suddenly throbbed a little and jumped suddenly. After this jump, the sword aura, it actually increased by 1-fold. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the Heaven Divine technique could undergo some changes? or that there were other functions that he hadn't discovered yet. But he didn't have time to think. He had already rushed over with his sword. At the same time that the sword light exploded in the most violent manner, the essence energy in Chu Yang's body suddenly reversed. Opposite him was a 5th grade supreme martial artist and a 3rd grade supreme martial artist. Both of them had long swords in their hands, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. With a wave of the sword light, 2 heavy sword mountains came crashing down crazily. With a crazy explosion, Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew out diagonally. The speed was actually 3 times faster than when he became one with his sword. The 2 supreme martial artists swayed and retreated at the same time. Their faces flushed red, and they were both very surprised. The other party's move was fierce and overbearing. Both of them felt that they were shaken, especially the 5th grade supreme martial artist whose internal organs had already been shaken. He even tasted something sweet in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He forcefully swallowed it back, but his internal organs were already in turmoil. Both of their long swords had hundreds of nicks in the moment of contact, just now. The other party's sword move was fierce and overbearing, and the sharpness of the long sword was beyond their expectations. But what was most unexpected was that after such a sword move, the other party was actually able to immediately turn it into gentle force. In the moment of contact just now, he actually turned their force into his own main force and borrowed the force to fly diagonally out of trouble. Such a reversal of vital energy could definitely cause an expert to go mad on the spot. But the other party actually acted as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Dong Wushang slashed out crazily with his black saber. With his own strength, he blocked a 1st grade supreme martial artist and a 2nd grade supreme martial artist. Although he was beaten up the moment they came into contact, he relied on a rare and fierce, overbearing force to not retreat a single step. He blocked the 2 supreme martial artists from going over to help them. A breath's time. Sure enough, it was only a breath's time. Chu Yang carried Han Shaoran on his back and came over like a gust of wind. His original speed was already extremely fast, and with the push of a 5th grade supreme martial artist and a 3rd grade supreme martial artist, his whole body was already blurry. With a clang, his long sword cut the sword of a 1st grade supreme martial artist into 2. That supreme martial artist was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But Chu Yang didn't care about him at all. He grabbed Dong Wushang's collar, and in the next moment, that strong force really came into play. They were already at the foot of the Eagle Beak Cliff. Chu Yang and Dong Wushang crashed into it without hesitation. Immediately, a red light flashed, and that kind of hot aura that belonged to Rue Batong was immediately withdrawn. The whole mountain collapsed in the next moment. Behind the Eagle Beak Cliff was a bottomless cliff. Chu Yang carried Han Shaoran on his back, and Dong Wushang carried Sha Xinliang on his back. Both of them rushed out at the same time and fell down along with the rolling stones. Immediately a figure was thrown down. It was Qin Baoshan who was thrown down by Rue Batong. Rolling stones fell down. Chu Yang grabbed Qin Baoshan and then disappeared in the midst of the flying stones. I recommend a novel about special techniques and superpowers in the city, Abandoned Genius, book number 249, for 617. Brothers and sisters who like urban novels can read it and add it to your collection. Today I bought a keyboard from Taobao. Within 5 minutes, someone called me Kiss 20 to 30 times. I was almost kissed to death. Next, I'll kiss you guys too. Chapter 1169. The few supreme martial artists were furious and chased after them at full speed. In their minds, no matter what, these guys couldn't escape, especially in such a dangerous place. But no one thought that the other party would actually make use of the most impossible-to-use cliff. Generally speaking, at the level of supreme martial artists, a cliff was nothing. They could lift it up with just a stretch of their hand. Therefore, making use of a cliff to escape was just a joke to the high-level martial artists of the heaven-level continent. seeing Chu Yang and the others fall down the cliff. Although the few supreme martial artists were furious, it was because of the endless tricks and schemes of the other party. They definitely wouldn't be angry because of their escape. If they continued to chase, even if they went down the cliff and went deep into the ground, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. A red light flashed, and a burst of hot air was suddenly emitted. A young man with red light all over his body suddenly appeared. It was Rue Butong. Elder Rue punched and kicked, and the whole mountain almost flew up. Then he tangled with these supreme martial artists without any regard for his life, leaving the job of covering the retreat to Rue Butong, who was really not afraid of death, was definitely making the best use of people and resources. With a bang, Rue Butong exchanged a punch with a first-grade supreme martial artist. This so-called exchange was a real exchange. You punch me and I'll punch you back. This guy was a little shorter. When the other party punched him hard in the chest, his punch landed solidly on the other party's crotch. A sound like an egg being crushed rang out. Ah, 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 Rue Butong screamed and was sent flying, but he tangled with another supreme martial artist. The supreme martial artist who was punched in the crotch directly opened his mouth, and his rosy face turned purple. Then he curled up like a prawn, hissing and sucking in cold air. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on his forehead. After a long time he screamed, "Ah, my balls!" Even in such a furious pursuit of the enemy, and in a situation where both of them were injured, the supreme martial artist still almost couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, this howl was simply too creative. On the other side, Rue Butong had already exchanged a few punches and kicks with others. Covered in injuries, he stumbled in front of two fifth-grade supreme martial artists. He was already powerless, and most of the bones in his body were broken. However, he forced himself not to retreat. The eyes of the two fifth-grade supreme martial artists were solemn and respectful. It could be seen that the skinny man in front of him was going all out in order to cover his companion's escape. "Do you want to die?" For such a loyal and righteous person, it didn't matter if they were friend or foe. They were all worthy of respect. "What's your name? Why do you have to risk your life like this?" One of the fifth-grade supreme martial artists narrowed his eyes. "You know very well that they won't be able to escape," he asked calmly. Rue Butong spat out a mouthful of blood. There were also a few pieces of internal organs that could be clearly identified. He coughed and laughed bitterly. Gasping for breath, he said, "I have never changed my name nor my surname. The Luo Kadi you want to capture is me." Everyone was stunned. Wolf Blade was a pervert? Pig heart and dog lungs? Luo Kadi? Since when did the law enforcement officers want to catch such a person? Moreover, this person had such a deep grudge. Rue Butong coughed and spat out blood. He said hatefully, "You don't remember? Humph. After today, I will make sure you remember that I, Wolf Sword, am a lowly man with a pig heart and dog lungs, Luo Kadi." Rue Butong swayed. He snorted. "Of course I know they can't escape, but I still have to block them. Even if it's because of me that they can only catch a breath, I still have to block them." "Block you? Good man." The two fifth-grade supreme martial artists praised him, their eyes full of pity. This person's nickname wasn't elegant, but he was indeed a good man. Rue Butong swayed and laughed bitterly. Blood came out of his mouth. "Ha! Come on, if you want to catch them, just step over my dead body. I, Luo Kadi, can die without regrets." Then he swayed and pounced over, shouting fiercely, "Kill me! Don't let me live to see my friends get caught by you." One of the fifth-grade supreme martial artists closed his eyes. He sighed deeply. "All right, I'll send you on your way, personally." He waved his hand. Rue Butong's body was like a rag thrown out by his palm. He fell onto the stone wall and slid down softly, all the bones in his body broken. But he still smiled and said hoarsely, "Brother, we'll meet soon, I can't." Then he stopped breathing. The few supreme martial artists all felt their hearts become heavy. Such a good man. Sigh. Really, what a pity. That supreme martial artist whose balls were broken by roué baton covered his crotch, bent over and gritted his teeth as he walked over. He pulled out his long sword and chopped down hard. "I'll chop you!" Before the long sword could land, it was sent flying with a smack. Then he was slapped in the face. Such a good man is already dead. You still want to harm his body? That fifth-grade supreme martial artist's eyes were filled with tears. He shouted angrily, "Are you still a martial artist? How dare you call yourself a martial artist?" Then he looked at Roué Boutong's body and sighed. "Bury him properly. Such a good man shouldn't be left in the wilderness." Then, with a flip of his palm, a large piece of gravel was cleared away, revealing a flat ground. With a wave of his sleeve, a hole appeared on the ground. He rolled up Roué Boutong's body and gently placed him in the hole. Then, with another wave of his sleeve, a large pile of gravel flew over and piled on top. In an instant, a tombstone rose. Using his fingers as a knife, he wrote, "Wolf sword bastard, pig's heart and dog's lungs, tomb of Luo Kadi." After a moment of disappointment, he sighed. "My nickname doesn't match my personality at all." With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. The rest of the supreme martial artists followed suit and leaped down the bottomless cliff. The other, fifth-grade supreme martial artist had been watching from the highest point all this time, paying attention to the movements below and around. He didn't find anything unusual, so the enemy must still be below. In fact, the two supreme martial artists were very certain. "If we let you go, can you escape? Where is this place? 1,000-mile plain. Where can you run to?" The group of supreme martial artists jumped down the cliff like a whirlwind. At the bottom of the cliff, gravel was everywhere, a mess. But for the supreme martial artists, this wasn't a difficult task at all. Two of them just had to move, and they cleared it out. "Dig 3,000 feet. I want you to dig him out." That fifth-grade supreme martial artist said fiercely. All the supreme beings revealed excited looks on their faces, looking for a big living person in such a range. All the supreme martial artists had the pleasure of a cat catching a rat, because for them this wasn't a difficult task at all. With a whoosh, a large piece of the ground had been lifted up. Everyone smashed it into pieces with a palm each. Then someone took away the powder, followed by another piece. From beginning to end, a fifth-grade supreme martial artist stood on the highest point, closely monitoring the surroundings. But 100 feet, 100 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, 1,000 feet. Everything was searched, but still nothing was found. Gradually, everyone became a little bewildered. Did he run away? Right at this moment, someone shouted, "Something's not right here." That third-grade supreme martial artist perked up and lifted up a piece of the ground, only to see a round hole underneath. The soil at the hole was very fresh. Obviously, it was made in these 2 days. In some places, powder was still rustling down. "It's here. Found him." Everyone perked up. Looks like this bunch of guys was quite scheming. They decided to make a move here in advance and actually dug out such a secret passage in advance. It was a pity that no matter how cunning a fox was, it couldn't beat a hunter. In the end, they were still found. "Don't move." That fifth-grade supreme martial artist walked over and looked at the dark hole. He said, "You can't go in or dig up the ground. I want to slowly dig them out." A knowing smile appeared on everyone's faces. By doing this, it was indeed as if they were waiting for death. Torture them to the point of collapse. As pieces of the ground were dug up, everyone's mood became more and more brutal and excited, as if they could already see the depression and sorrow of that person being dug out after being hidden thousands of feet underground. And the current situation was they couldn't move. Layer by layer, the passage was twisted and turned, getting deeper and deeper. Everyone was also somewhat impressed. Damn it, looking at this guy's actions. Was he going to dig for 3 days straight? When they dug down 8,000 feet, they found a scabbard. Everyone picked it up and took a look. The scabbard was very clean obviously left here just now. Everyone was even more energetic. They continued to dig down. But after digging down thousands of feet, splashing sounds could be heard. Everyone was dumbfounded. What appeared in front of them? It was actually an underground river. It was connected in all directions, and there were many forks. The water surged, taking away all the smells. They couldn't tell where the enemy was at all. It was very obvious that the enemy had left from here. Bastard! That fifth-grade supreme martial artist roared, so angry that all the hair on his head stood up. After spending so much effort, the 7 supreme martial artists worked for an entire night, only to see such an ending. How could they not be furious? Everyone looked at this quietly flowing underground river, and in an instant their minds went blank. No one expected that the enemy would use such a method to leave this place. As the saying goes, the devil is 10 times taller. Once they left, they would probably disappear forever. Trying to catch them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And those hostages, other than those who were suppressed and killed on the spot, the 3 most important people had already been rescued. Although they were all poisoned, Chu Yang was known as the best doctor in the world. Who knew if he couldn't cure them? Looking up, it was as if they were already standing in a huge grave, a grave that they had dug themselves. Let's go. The voice of another 5th-grade supreme martial artist came from above. Everyone was silent, unwilling, and indignant. But what could they do? Staying here was just a joke. A light breeze blew. It was already dawn. The 7 supreme martial artists finally left. After a long time, not far from where Rue Butong was buried, a voice moaned. Chapter 1170. Then he looked around like a sneaky tortoise. Then he laughed. It seems that everything is fine now. Chu Yang's face was covered in dirt. Then he smiled and said, "It seems that everything is fine now." Behind him, Dong Wushang said in a low voice, "Boss's plan is really brilliant. How did you know that they would only search the bottom of the cliff?" Chu Yang snorted and said, "Heaven's secrets can't be revealed." Dong Wushang laughed and didn't ask any more. His character was like this. He wouldn't think about things that he couldn't figure out, especially good things. If he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it. Anyway, someone wanted to last night. The 3 of them came here and spent a lot of effort to open up a passage to and from the mountain. Then they dug a hole at the bottom of the cliff. First, the sword spirit confirmed the location of the underground river. Then, the 3 of them worked together until this afternoon. After resting for a while, it was time for the operation at night. However, the actual hiding place was here. Everyone saw them jumping off the cliff when the mountain collapsed. In fact, they were hooking onto the cliff and going back. And the mountain also collapsed at that time, leaving no trace behind. And the passage to the underground river was there. Everyone would only suspect that they had disappeared without a trace. They would never think that they were still here and on top of the cliff. Everyone was working hard at the bottom of the cliff. Even if they were supreme martial artists, what could they find? The poison of Han Shaoran and the other 2 was still very troublesome. If Chu Yang wanted to cure them, he had to use the full version of the heavy pill. However, their poison was a great supplement for Chu Lu. Yes, not only this kind of poison, in fact, any poison in the world was a great supplement for Chu Lu. So, after Chu Yang used the spiritual spring water to suppress the poison, he wanted them to go back to the Chu clan. But the 3 of them would be too big of a target if they walked together for such a long distance. They probably wouldn't be able to walk more than a few 100 miles before they were caught again. But if they followed him all the way to the northwest, it would be even more dangerous. Chu Yang thought for a long time and couldn't make up his mind. Dong Wushang said, "Why don't Batong and I escort them back to the Chu clan first, and then come out to look for you? In this way, although you're alone, you won't have anything to worry about. You can adapt to the situation and deal with it. On our side, we can also take care of everything." Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "All right. However, even if you were to escort him back, he would still need to undergo an extremely elaborate disguise. Right, where's Butong? I'm here, a weak voice said. Then a human head wriggled out from under a pile of rocks not far away. Rue Butong crawled out with his face covered in dust. He said, "The harvest this time is really big." Second grade martial artist. Chu Yang suddenly had an idea. He said, "Why don't you lie down and not move? Wu Shang and I will beat you to death 1,000 times today. Wouldn't your strength surpass the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries then? Then we won't be afraid of anything." Rue Butong said angrily, "What's the difference between that and me committing suicide? Suicide is the same as death." Dong Wushang clapped his hands, and his eyes lit up. "Yes, yes, yes." Rue Butong said angrily, "If this kind of heavenly nirvana could really be used in this way, every phoenix would have long become the most tyrannical existence in the universe. Haven't you thought of this?" "Then why?" Chu Yang asked, "Is there a restriction?" "Of course there's a restriction." Rue Butong rolled his eyes and said, "You won't understand even if I explain it to you. In short, it's death and hatred caused by external forces that can't be resisted. Even if one can be reborn from nirvana, that kind of fear before death is completely real. You don't know that kind of feeling. It's too devastating." Chu Yang let out an "oh." Although he still didn't quite understand, he already vaguely understood. It seemed that this kind of thing, if it was an accident, was completely irresistible, and there were also many other factors. "Every time I'm beaten to death," Rue Butong said bitterly, "I have to adjust my emotions for half a day. You only see the improvement of my cultivation. How would you know my suffering?" Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were speechless. Even if this guy knew that he had suffered a lot, he still wanted to beat him up now. He left sneakily. From the beginning to the end, Rue Butong's body blocked Chu Yang and Dong Wushang's line of sight, not letting them see what was written on the tombstone. Cough, cough. Master Rue was very curious now. When Luo Kadi comes up and sees this tomb, I wonder what kind of expression he will have. At the thought of this, Rue Butong felt that it was worth it for him to suffer a little. He smiled crookedly. That night, they found a small village to stay in. Then, Chu Yang used his skillful hands to meticulously change the appearances of the other people. It was a complete change. During this time, Sha Xinliang even asked a question in a daze, which caused the other 5 people to roll their eyes at him, and he was almost beaten up by Han Shaoran. "Chu Yang, you're not an extraterrestrial demon, are you?" The next day, Rue Butong, Dong Wushang, Han Shaoran, and the others swaggered into Yi Province. They displayed the arrogance of the nouveau riche and bought a large batch of urgently needed goods in the southeast region. They directly hired 2 large carriages and many blood payers as guards to escort the carriages towards the southeast region. And Chu Yang, alone with only a sword, headed towards the northwest region. While the whole continent was in an uproar, Minister Chu held his sword and didn't move. He looked around coldly and confidently. He walked all the way without leaving a single cloud behind. The whole southeast region was turned upside down. The Chu clan became the target of public criticism in an instant. The newly arrived law enforcement hall first stopped all the transactions with the Chu clan, then cut off the supply of goods and cut off all cooperation with the Chu clan. Then they joined forces with the Southeast Xiao clan to attack the Chu clan. If it was in the past, the Chu clan might really be in a mess. But now old Master Chu Xiongqing's attitude was extremely tough. He would beat up whoever came. The law enforcement hall was furious, so was the Xiao clan. They finally mobilized all the forces of the southeast region to besiege the Chu clan. At this critical juncture, Chu Yang's grandfather, old Master Yang Bao, gave up his clan's foundation and brought his family to the flat mountain ridge. To advance and retreat together with the in-laws, it seemed that they couldn't advance and retreat together. The purple crystal mine of the Yang clan had been coveted by the law enforcement officers for a long time. This time, they finally couldn't delay it any longer. Although young, Bao had a fiery temper. He knew the severity of the matter. He simply gave up his foundation and rushed to the flat mountain ridge overnight. It was better for the two clans to join forces than to fight alone. Even if they were to die, it didn't matter where they died. All the people of the southeast region gathered here. And the Chu clan also started to make a big move. They included half of the flat mountain ridge into their own territory. Then they settled the people in the areas outside the flat mountain ridge. The people also knew that there was going to be a big battle here. They would only be unlucky if they stayed here. Not only did they not resist the arrangement of the Chu clan, they were also very happy. After all, they had left the place of trouble. In just a few days, there were already thousands of people of the southeast region gathered here. Then, people came from all directions. The number of people increased by hundreds and thousands every day. The situation was getting more and more serious. Many people went to the Chu clan's door to show off their strength and spoke rudely. But they saw the tightly shut door of the Chu clan open. A beautiful little girl walked out. She was dressed in snow-white clothes. She waved her hand and closed the door with a bang. The crowd made a scene, but they didn't dare to break in. They went back resentfully. But after they went back, everyone who went there today had a strange illness. Their whole bodies were itchy, and unbearable. They didn't feel any pain when they scratched themselves with a big knife. They only felt itchy. They scratched until they bled and even broke a piece of their own bone, but they still felt itchy. This feeling was really uncomfortable. In just a day, these people were tortured to the point where they wished they were dead. At this time, another piece of news came out. Another group of people who went to the Chu clan to scold them also got this strange illness. Currently, everyone was thinking of ways to scratch themselves. And no matter where they went, as long as someone came into contact with them for half a day, they would be infected with this illness. 3 days later, there were already 4,000 to 5,000 people of the pugilistic world who had this strange itchy illness. At this time, the door of the Chu clan opened. A table was set up to sell a kind of strange rake. It was made from thin bamboo slices, and a single piece of bamboo could be used to make hundreds of them. But this kind of strange rake had an advantage. It stopped itching. Wherever it was itchy, it could be temporarily stopped by scratching with this rake. This effect could stop the itch for the time it took to burn an incense stick. But after that, it would need to be scratched again. It was said that this rake was specially made by Chu Lu-er, the eldest daughter of the Chu clan, out of pity for these people who had this strange illness. And the price was not expensive. Each rake was only sold for 10 purple crystals. To be honest, the price of 1 purple crystal was enough to buy 100 miles of bamboo forest. 10 purple crystals was enough to buy the entire bamboo forest of the flat mountain ridge. And there would still be leftovers. Now, such a thin piece of bamboo was actually sold for 10 purple crystals. It was simply a sky-high price. But compared to that kind of discomfort, 10 purple crystals, it really wasn't that expensive at first. Everyone did not believe it and did not buy it. But the itch got worse and worse. Finally, someone threw down 10 purple crystals and tried it. Sure enough, it did not itch anymore. This was incredible. The people of the Tian clan flocked to the Chu clan. Instantly, the front of the Chu clan was filled with people. These pugilistic world people who originally came to find trouble with the Chu clan had all become people who gave money to the Chu clan. There were also people who wanted to snatch by force. The Chu clan did not stop them from doing so, but after those people got hold of the rakes, they scratched themselves. Immediately, large patches of skin and flesh started to fester. Then, they festered into a skeleton. Then the skeleton was blown by the wind and scattered into powder. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. By it, it was said that this kind of strange rake was named Itchy Scratch by the compassionate Chu of the Chu clan. There was a poem that said, "Itchy scratch, scratch itch. Don't scratch itch, don't scratch itch. Don't scratch itch. Don't scratch itch. The more you scratch, the more itchy you scratch. Itchy scratch itch. Scratch itch itch. It has been half a month, and my left eyelid has been twitching." It's making me anxious. I went for a checkup today. It's eyelid tremor. It's a problem with the eye nerves. It's caused by staying up late for a long time and looking at the computer. The doctor said it's not a big problem. As long as I stay away from the computer and increase my sleep, I'll be fine after a few weeks. But with my job, how can I stay away from the computer and increase my sleep, let alone for a few weeks? Sigh. Chapter 1171. The flat mountain ridge was in chaos. The streets were full of scratches. Everyone knew that this strange itchy disease was definitely caused by the Chu clan, but there was no evidence. Besides, even if there was evidence, what could they do? Only the Chu clan could cure you if you were poisoned. Didn't you come to find trouble with me? I'd like to see how you're going to find trouble with me. And this strange itchy disease had a new twist. You used this special itchy scratch to scratch the itch. After scratching, you wouldn't feel itchy anymore. But the people around you who weren't poisoned as long as they were within 30 feet of you would start to itch. Slowly, the itchy army expanded to 10,000 people, and it was still expanding rapidly, and the Chu clan's itchy scratch was out of stock. Out of stock. Many impatient people of the pugilistic world were furious. They used their hands to scratch the itch and shouted angrily at the Chu clan's gate. But the answer they got was, Miss Chu wasn't in a good mood these few days and didn't want to make itchy scratches anymore. This time they were really going to die. Then there was a major incident where hundreds of people broke into the Chu clan together. However, they rushed in shouting and shouting. After a while, human heads were thrown out one by one, forming a tall pile beside the Chu clan's main gate. It was neat and tidy. Those who broke in a few times had their heads chopped off. The heads were piled up and the corpses were nowhere to be found. There was actually the head of a saint-level cultivator. With this, the pugilistic world people kept quiet out of fear. The Chu clan strength was actually so strong, everyone crowded around the Chu clan's gate. No one dared to go forward. With a creak, the gate opened again. A burly man walked out with a bucket in his hand and a large brush in his other hand. Then he drew a large circle outside the pile of human heads and stuck a card in it. Bang! The burly man closed the gate and went back. When everyone rushed forward to take a look, they only saw the words on the card. Human Head Pile Plan. It is estimated that the circle will be full of heads, reaching a height of 500 feet before it is cancelled. Everyone looked at the circle. They all gasped. A radius of 200 feet. And a head would at most take up a foot of space, right? To be full of heads and to reach a height of 500 feet, wouldn't that be tens of thousands of heads? Looking at it was already a little shocking. If those heads were actually their own heads, that feeling, everyone felt their blood run cold. He didn't dare to barge into the Chu clan anymore, but the itch was still there. Moreover, it was getting itchier and itchier. When they saw other people scratching their itchiness with satisfaction, their eyes were spitting fire. And so, finally, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and killed the person who was scratching an itch in front of him. He snatched the itch scratcher and started scratching himself. Sigh. So comfortable once this head was opened. All of a sudden, the entire flat mountain ridge was plunged into a great massacre. Think about it. More than 20,000 people were itching, but only a little more than 1,000 people had the itch scratcher. This ratio was simply too unbalanced, especially those experts. Damn it, I'm a saint and I'm still itching. You are just a puny emperor-level expert, yet you are holding itchy scratch and not giving it to me. I'll kill you. Screams rang out incessantly as blood flowed like a river. There were also some well-behaved ones who killed many people to snatch the itchy scratches and kept them for their own use. And many of them were like this. When the person who was robbed saw this, he thought, "Damn it, you're here to rob me, I can't beat you. After you rob me, I still feel terrible. Why don't you just destroy it? Let's go our separate ways." The itch scratcher was originally an ordinary bamboo, not to mention monarch level and emperor level. Even the most ordinary martial great master would be crushed into powder by it. And so many people laughed as they crushed the itch-scratcher into powder. On the other hand, the high-grade experts opposite them were enraged. They slapped this guy into minced meat, but they continued to tickle him. In this way, the itch-scratcher was even more insufficient, and the massacre became even more intense. The flat mountain ridge, which was originally like a paradise, had now become hell on earth. There were corpses and broken limbs everywhere. Everywhere was dripping with blood. After a few days, the Chu clan's gate opened, and a few groups of servants walked out from inside. Each of them carried a bucket filled with black water and held a ladle in their hands. One of them scooped a ladle of black water and splashed it on the pile of human heads. Suddenly, a burst of green smoke rose. The huge pile of human heads turned into a pile of bone powder in a short time, and then turned into wisps of black smoke and disappeared. Such a strong poison made everyone who saw it feel a chill down their spine and shiver all over. Then these servants collected the corpses in the entire flat mountain ridge as if nothing had happened. After collecting them, they gathered them into a ladle of black water. It turned out that they had come out to dispose of the corpses. All the people of the pugilistic world who came to find trouble with the Chu clan looked on helplessly. No one organized them. If there were too many corpses, it would cause a plague. So, after every big battle, regardless of the winner or loser, collecting and destroying the corpses was the most important thing. Otherwise, once the plague spread, it would be a disaster that would destroy the country. Everyone knew this. But now, these people of the pugilistic world in the flat mountain ridge had no one to organize them. Who would collect so many corpses? Who would have thought that in the end it was still the Chu clan who did this? In this way, everyone did not know what to do. They came to find trouble with the Chu clan, but they did not dare to make a move. What was the point of gathering here? At this awkward moment, the law enforcers from the law enforcement hall finally arrived. On the same day, they carried out an impassioned mobilization, calling on everyone to deal with the extraterrestrial demons and formulated a plan. Everyone's hot blood that had cooled down started to boil again. But on the second morning, no one walked out of the law enforcement hall. Those who were brave enough went in to take a look were scared out of their wits and hurriedly came out. The inside had become a hell on earth, which one of the law enforcers was mediocre. At this moment, all of them had actually died inside. Not a single person survived. The leader was an expert of the saint level, but he also died silently inside. His corpse was still sitting upright, with a look of shock and fear on his face. It was obvious that he was killed by a palm strike before he could even move. Who was the person who could kill a martial saint instantly? Everyone's hearts trembled in fear. Then the Shao clan's team also arrived, but at a place dozens of miles away from the flat mountain ridge. They were all killed by a mysterious person. Not a single person survived. When the news came back, the whole flat mountain ridge was shocked. The law enforcers sent another 3 batches of people over, and all of them died without exception. The Shao clan sent another 4 to 5 batches of people over, and this was the last batch. There were even 3 4th grade supreme martial artists leading the team. But without exception, all of them died here. From the beginning to the end, the Chu clan's gate was tightly shut, and the main figures of the Chu clan's upper management did not even show their faces. But the plan to annihilate the Chu clan in the southeast region had already been aborted. Yes, it could be said that they had retreated and been defeated. The Chu clan's reputation was getting louder and louder. It actually shocked the southeast region just like that. In the end, the servants of the Chu clan began to appear again. They came and went in the flat mountain ridge, cleaning everywhere, and then those closed shops in the flat mountain ridge gradually reopened and slowly became popular. Everything was as if nothing had happened. But all the surviving people of the pugilistic world seemed to have lost their souls. As if they were afraid that their parents had given birth to them with 2 legs, they escaped desperately. No one chased after them, and no one interfered. It was as if there was a tacit agreement. You can come and go as you wish in the flat mountain ridge. But no one dared to try this kind of freedom for a second time, especially those who escaped from here. They only felt that they had just had a nightmare, and those itchiness when they left the flat mountain ridge. They found that the itchiness was cured without any treatment. This was really strange. Everyone dispersed in a hubbub. Damn it, I don't care about this anymore. It didn't matter if the people of the Chu clan were extraterrestrial demons or not. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them. Even if they ate people, they kept hiding far away. There were so many people in the continent. Why did they have to eat them? Who didn't matter who they ate. Let's talk about it after we've saved our lives. The law enforcement officer said it beautifully. For the justice of the world, for the stability of the world, for the common people of the continent. But justice of the world also needed to be maintained with life. Looking at the current situation, it was better not to use the name of a hero to protect the peace of the world. Being a dead hero was really not as good as being a living bug. At least they could breathe. They had a lot of abilities. Couldn't they eat there? Moreover, they could still pick up girls if they were alive. Driven by such a mentality, a group of heroes who had originally come with a strong sense of justice left one after another. The flat mountain ridge regained its original peace and tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Only the power of the Chu clan continued to expand and expand. Wherever the Chu clan went, everyone would say, "The Chu clan is here? Then why didn't you run?" Let me tell you, hundreds of thousands of people from the pugilistic world went to besiege the Chu clan. What was the result? There were less than a few thousand who came back alive. Elder was one of the lucky survivors. That battle was really earth-shattering. So what if it was the Shao clan? So what if they were law enforcement officers? They were destroyed by the Chu clan. You still want to go against the Chu clan? Extraterrestrial demons? Even if it was an extraterrestrial demon, what did it have to do with you? Eating people? Did he eat you? You idiot! Put away your pitiful sense of justice. Elder was more hot-blooded than you in the past. How about now? Look at me, brother. It's better to be alive. Other than the Shao clan who was planning a counterattack, most of the others were indifferent. Humans were like this. When something suddenly happened, everyone would be angry, they would resist, and they would say that they would fight with their lives. But when they found that resistance was useless, most of them would remain silent, accept and obey. Most of them would go from anger to frustration, to adaptation, to silence, to agreement, and then to support. Only a small group of people were still resisting. But when everyone got used to it, this small group of people would become rebels and criminals. So many years had passed, and all the original anger had become a matter of course. For example, rule, subjugation of a country, or oppression. In summary, in the current southeast region, the rise of the Chu clan was already unstoppable. The public opinion of the southeast region, those sanctimonious righteousness, those cries for the common people of the world, those chivalrous warriors who exorcise demons and uphold justice, had already been forcefully raped by the mysterious and powerful Chu clan. When the southeast region was bustling with activity, Chu Yang, who went to the northwest alone, met the most important person to his destiny in both his previous and current lives. That old fortune-teller. That was the #1 talent in the world in his previous life. Shuelehan. Today, I got a folk medicine that made eyelids twitch. I applied it on my eyes, covered them with a black cloth, and slept. I heard that it's very effective. I'm going to be a masked man. If it's effective, I'll explode tomorrow. Chapter 1172. Dong Wushang and Rui Batong were driving the carriage towards the southeast at the speed of a turtle when the southeast region was in an uproar. Along the way, they encountered many powerful people who wanted a share of the loot. After all, this long carriage was too tempting. But the blood payers hired by the two were not mediocre people either. Of course, Fourth Master Dong was the one who stepped in when they encountered a tough opponent. With a saber in hand, he was invincible. Although he didn't use his own dark saber, at Dong Wushang's level, it didn't matter what saber he had. This journey became Dong Wushang's training journey. He fought his way back to the southeast region. This journey directly became the growth and training of a saber saint. Dong Wushang's strength soared rapidly. Rui Batong was extremely envious. Let's not talk about this journey. Let's talk about Chu Yang. On the way through Yi province, he also killed many people who took advantage of the situation, because many people actually blocked the road on the streets. After interrogating a person, they killed him and robbed him of his belongings. They glorified it by saying that he was an accomplice of the extraterrestrial demons. We are enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens and maintaining the peace of the continent. Especially when they saw those wealthy merchants, they would never let them go. These people were despicable and filthy to the point of making people's hair stand on end. If they were really fighting against the extraterrestrial demons, even if they were deceived, it would still be a kind of justice. But these people were not doing it for justice or for the peace of the world at all. They were doing it for their own selfish desires. In other words, they hated the rich. Not only were there such people among martial artists, but there were also ordinary people among the common people. The rich families in every region were more or less in trouble. Chu Yang was enraged as he walked. In the end, he directly went on a killing spree. I don't care if you are a martial artist or a common person. As long as you have such behavior, you will be killed without mercy. He deeply understood a principle. Despicable people did not only exist in the upper echelons, but they were everywhere. Since that was the case, he would kill every one of them he met. He would kill until he had no descendants. All of them could go to hell. The craziest time was at a certain place where there was a rich family. His nickname was Li Dian. As the name implied, his eyes were very big. This person had been lonely since childhood and had worked hard. For more than 30 years, he had built a large family business with his bare hands. Moreover, after they became successful and famous, not only did they not become rich and heartless, but they also became charitable and charitable. When their neighbors were in trouble, they would generously help them. It was such a person who was involved in the incident of the extraterrestrial demons. He had actually been forced to go bankrupt by the people he had helped. Not only had his life savings been robbed, but his house had also been set on fire, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, he was accused of being an accomplice of the extraterrestrial devils. In the beginning, there were only a few people causing trouble. The others who had received Li Dian's favor were too embarrassed to make a move. But in the end, all the poor people in the town joined hands and began to punish Li Dian, the extraterrestrial demon. There was also a strange phenomenon. The more you were indebted to him, the more ruthless he would punish you if you changed your stance at such a time. It seemed that if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the shadow of the favor he had received from this person. Since I'm already bad, I might as well throw away my conscience. I won't feel any burden if I'm bad to the end. It had to be said. At such a time, human nature was really worse than a dog, worse than any beast. When Chu Yang passed by, he saw Li Dian's family for being tied up and paraded through the streets. There were thunderous cheers on both sides. Everyone was cheering that the extraterrestrial demon had been caught again. However, there were also some old people who were whispering. They were angry, but didn't dare to say anything. After Chu Yang investigated thoroughly in an extremely short period of time, he flew into a rage. He drew his sword and started a massacre. Almost all the people on the street had been killed by him. After that, he even stayed here for a day. He definitely didn't listen to just one side of the story. Instead, he gathered a few people to ask about the situation and went to each family with his sword. All the people who were involved were killed, without exception. The more Chu Yang killed, the more depressed he felt. He thought of all the doctors in the Medicine Valley who died so unnaturally. If good people didn't have good karma, who would dare to be a good person from now on? Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro could choose to continue being good people because they had that kind of ability. Others wouldn't dare to bully them. But People like the Medicine Valley and Li Dian in front of him. What about them? After this incident, even if Li Dian's generation could make a comeback, would he still dare to do a good deed? Would he still dare to have the slightest bit of kindness? At this point, he couldn't help but stop writing and let out a long sigh. Although this is very one-sided, it's very chilling. He thought of those who helped an old granny cross the road but got blackmailed. He thought of those who sent the injured from the car accident to the hospital but got blackmailed until they lost their family fortune. There aren't many people who would blackmail kind-hearted people, but they can make everyone fearful and not dare to do good deeds. How can the indifference of society be formed overnight? Once one's conscience is lost, there's no turning back. Impulsive criminals can still turn back, but if a person's conscience is gone, then he's really gone. Compared to those prisoners on death row in prison, I think this group of people are the ones who should really be torn apart. Lamentation takes up 200 words, I'll add later. He watched as Li Dian's family took the money that Chu Yang gave them and left this place with gratitude, looking for a place to stay. Chu Yang stood in the night wind, standing on the desolate ancient road, but he only felt waves of coldness. A made-up, extraterrestrial devil was already able to twist the hearts of all the people in the world to such an extent. What if there were other things, or something similar to the extraterrestrial demon, really existed? What would happen? Just walking in a straight line, he had already killed no less than 1,000 people. Then, in this incomparably vast, heavenly continent, how many more such things were happening or had already happened, or even were being planned? At this moment, someone suddenly laughed softly and said, "Don't you feel that this world is actually so ugly that it makes people want to kill and be happy?" Chu Yang was taken aback. With his cultivation, he was already at the saint level and a sword saint level. He actually didn't notice when someone was standing beside him. Before this, he had already checked thoroughly, and there was absolutely no one within a few thousand feet radius. Putting aside his cultivation, his spirit was even stronger, and even a supreme level spirit might not be comparable to his spirit, but he actually didn't notice. This person was like a ghost, appearing without a sound. Not only did he appear, but he was also talking to him. Chu Yang turned his head like a whirlwind and looked over. He saw a gray-robed man in front of him. He was standing with his hands behind his back, facing Chu Yang, looking up at the sky. He looked rather relaxed. He just stood there, but the feeling he gave Chu Yang was, there was nothing here, only a breeze of freedom, only a ball of nothingness from ancient times. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Who are you?" He immediately calmed himself down. If this person wanted to kill him, there was absolutely no chance for him to escape. So if it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. And if it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. At this moment, he also got over it. Or rather, the bachelor mentality in his heart was aroused. Do whatever you want. Don't care who it is. Who am I? The gray-robed man seemed to smile softly and said, "Who do you think? Chu Yang?" Chu Yang had already disguised himself, and he was confident that no one in the world could recognize him. But this gray-robed man called out his name. Chu Yang suddenly felt that this voice was familiar, and a person suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but take a step back and shouted, "It's you!" That person smiled and slowly turned around. He looked at Chu Yang and actually blinked twice. He said, "Isn't it me?" Chu Yang intuitively felt his head explode, and in that instant he actually felt a little dizzy. The person in front of him was actually him, the old fortune teller in Tianji City, his close friend in his previous life, the #1 talent in the heavenly continent in his previous life, Xue Leihan. Just that at this moment, he wasn't the mysterious fortune teller in Tianji City, nor was he the elegant talent in his previous life who was dressed in white like snow. He was dressed in a different outfit. He was dressed in gray and had an ordinary appearance. At a glance, he blended into the crowd. "You recognize me?" The gray-robed man smiled faintly. Chu Yang's atoms apple-bobbed twice, and he finally smiled. God knows, when he revealed this smile, the corners of his eyes were a little wet, and his heart was a little trembling. If he wasn't wrong, the person in front of him was the one who caused this in his previous life. Chu Yang didn't know whether he should hate him or thank him. He smiled bitterly and shook his head gently. He said, "I really don't know how to address you. Should it be Brother Shui? Or Master? Or Your Excellency?" The gray-robed man was silent for a while before he said, "I like the name Shui Leihan." Chu Yang said, "Oh." The gray-robed man said, "Shui Leihan, snow has tears, every drop is cold." Chu Yang said lightly, "When snow melts into water, it's all tears. Since it's all tears, then the heart is already cold." The gray-robed man, Shui Leihan, said, "Therefore, life is full of tears, full of bitterness." Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He said, "Oh, you're saying that my life is still full of tears? Full of bitterness? There's no difference between my previous life and this life? You have a lot of resentment towards me." Shui Leihan smiled. "So much so that you didn't think of another aspect. Snow is the spirit of heaven and earth. When it turns into water, although it can be tears, it can also nourish the world. And it won't disappear. Not long after. It will turn into spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When it scatters, it will become wind, and when it gathers, it will become clouds. When the wind and clouds move, it will become rain, fog, frost, or snow again, descending into the world." The gray-robed man looked at Chu Yang calmly. "Repeating the cycle is the extreme of the great way, but the previous life and this life is ultimately a subversion." Chu Yang was silent for a moment before he said bitterly, "Who doesn't have a previous life and this life?" Shui Leihan held a patch of green that drifted over in the spring breeze with one hand and said, "Even this patch of trees has a previous life and this life. Except for a few powerful people who have transcended the cycle of reincarnation. Even immortals and saints have a previous life and this life. But since ancient times, you're the only one who can remember the previous life and this life so clearly." Shui Leihan looked at him with his penetrating eyes and said, "Not only have you experienced the previous life and this life, you've also overlapped the previous life and this life, turning into a heaven-defying force, turning into the heart of outer space, turning into the soul of purple cloud outside of the cycle of reincarnation." Shui Leihan said. Chu Yang's face showed a perplexed look. He said, "I don't understand what you're saying." Shui Leihan smiled. "But I still like the Shui Leihan of the previous life." Chu Yang sighed and said, "When we first met in the purple bamboo forest with white snow, you recited a poem. You said, 'The ancient clouds are originally without face. A snowfall chills the heart of the heavens. Who can determine the prosperity of the world? Who can reverse the heavens outside the dream?'" Chu Yang said indifferently, "I miss the brother Shui of the previous life a lot, but I don't like the Shui Leihan who has everything in his hands now." Shui Leihan's eyes narrowed and a cloud of smoke flashed past his eyes. It was as if the vicissitudes of the world had actually changed at this moment. After a long time, he smiled. "Brother Chu." With the call of Brother Chu, Chu Yang seemed to have returned to his previous life. His eyes were a little perplexed and emotional. He smiled and said, "Brother Shui, the evils you bring upon yourself are the hardest to bear. I applied ointment last night, and today my left eye is swollen into a seam. And yesterday, I even promised to explode today. There will be an explosion, and I don't want to go back on my words. Everyone also knows me. As long as I say something, no matter whether it succeeds or not, I will do it myself. I'll let my brothers down first. There will be an explosion. Please give me time. Now that I'm writing, I'll go and apply a hot towel and apply some eye drops. The speed will be very slow, but there will be at least 3. Chapter 1173. Shui Leihan chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he turned and walked away. Chu Yang silently followed behind. The two of them walked neither too fast nor too slow. Chu Yang didn't use any agility technique. He just walked at the speed of an ordinary person. His mind was in a mess. He was perplexed, shocked, and all kinds of other emotions filled his mind. When he sorted out his thoughts and was about to speak, he was shocked. He saw that the trees on both sides had turned into shadows, retreating continuously. He and Xue Leihan were still strolling one after the other. However, this stroll didn't use any strength at all, and they had already flown thousands of miles away from their feet. Slowly, the weather became colder and colder. Then, snow flew in front of them again. It floated down. Xue Leihan finally stopped. The snow in front of him was white. When he stepped down, the snow was buried up to his waist. Covered by the white snow, a purple bamboo forest stood proudly. The whole mountain was covered in white snow, but this purple bamboo forest was so dazzling. Even though most of it was covered by white snow, that purple luster was so moving. The thick white snow pressed down on the bamboo branches, rustling and falling from time to time. The bamboo branches that were originally bent under the pressure shook violently and then straightened again. The scene in front of him was so similar to the place where they met in his previous life. Chu Yang was in a trance. He stared at this purple bamboo forest closely. It was as if he could see a graceful red shadow about to step out of the purple bamboo forest and step on the white snow. When it saw him, it was stunned. Then it blushed and said, "Sir, sorry to disturb you." Xue Leihan walked straight into the purple bamboo forest. With a flick of his sleeves, the 30 feet of snow under his feet suddenly condensed into ice jade. In the middle, a jade platform of ice and snow slowly bulged up, as if someone was slowly holding it up from below. Then, opposite both sides, 2 identical jade stone chairs bulged up. They were made of ice and snow, but they were steaming like warm jade. On the jade platform, a pot of wine and 2 wine cups suddenly appeared. The fragrance of the wine filled the air and the steam rose. It was actually warmed. Everything came from nothing. It was even more magical than magic. "Brother Chu, please." Xue Leihan sat on the chair that belonged to him according to the position in his previous life. Chu Yang naturally sat opposite him. He only felt the warmth of the ice and snow chair beneath him. It actually chased away all the coldness. Within a radius of 30 feet, spring was in full bloom, and the weather was pleasant. However, this was clearly a world of ice and snow. Chu Yang suddenly felt like he was in a dream. This is a small supernatural power called withering and thriving in close proximity. Xue Leihan smiled and said, "Brother Chu, do you find the scene before you familiar?" Chu Yang smiled with a somewhat disappointed look in his eyes. "It's indeed very familiar." Xue Leihan smiled faintly. He lifted the wine pot and poured a cup of wine for Chu Yang. The steam of the wine wafted out, and a few sparrows flew down, chirping. They actually circled around the wine cup a few times, unwilling to leave for a long time. A smile appeared on Xue Leihan's face. With a wave of his hand, some grains appeared on the snowy ground. The sparrows immediately nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, concentrating on eating. "Who are you?" Chu Yang looked at the sparrow on the ground and asked softly, "Who am I?" Xue Leihan laughed softly and shook his head. "Drink." Chu Yang raised the wine cup and saw that the wine in front of him was dark green in color. It was actually a little thick. He drank it all in one gulp. He felt his whole body explode, as if it was on fire. In an instant he sweated all over, and there was actually a faint stench. Xue Leihan laughed and blew on it. Instantly, that unpleasant stench dissipated. Only Chu Yang was left with an indescribable comfort from inside out. "This is my wine," Xue Leihan said slowly. "After I brewed this wine, I traveled the world. By the time I returned, the wine had already become wine paste. What you're drinking now is something I mixed with water." Chu Yang was stunned. "Mixed with water? Brother Xue, it's rare for you to treat me to wine, but you're actually treating me to fake wine mixed with water?" Xue Leihan smiled and said, "Fake wine mixed with water? Huh. Do you know, even if it's fake wine mixed with water, Even in the heavenly imperial court, there are only a few people who are qualified for me to treat them to a drink." He paused and said, "Moreover, if I didn't mix it with water and let you drink the wine paste directly, even if you're the tribulation sword master, you'll explode completely with just a grain of rice. This is the real rebirth wine." Shwe Lehan said cheerfully, "Rebirth wine means to be reborn, right?" Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "Yes." Shwe Lehan nodded lightly. "In this world, you're the only one who can drink my wine." Chu Yang smiled lightly. "I'm very honored. Now, you've already obtained the 4th fragment of the Tribulation Sword." Shwe Lehan refilled his cup and said, "And I've already brought you to the northwest. It's only 1,500 miles away from the Wind Thunder platform." Chu Yang chuckled. "In that case, I should be the one thanking you." This guy actually knew that there was a 5th fragment of the Tribulation Sword in the Wind Thunder platform. Chu Yang snorted inwardly and drank the wine in one gulp. Such good wine. Who knew how long it would take to drink it this time? Although it was mixed with water, it was still not bad. He pointed to the cup and said, "Pour the wine." Shwe Lehan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He refilled Chu Yang's cup and suddenly laughed. "I'm afraid, since ancient times, you're the only one who can make me pour wine personally. There wasn't one in the past, and there won't be one in the future." Chu Yang said lightly, "There will definitely be one in the future." Shwe Lehan said, "Oh." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and repeated, "There will definitely be one." He said, "I have many brothers. Every one of them is worthy of you pouring wine for them." Shwe Lehan tilted his head and looked at him with interest. Suddenly he smiled happily and said, "It's good to have one more such person." Chu Yang said, "You're the Tribulation Sword Master, right?" Shwe Lehan shook his head. "No." "Then you're the person who created the Tribulation Sword." Chu Yang tilted his head and looked at Shwe Lehan calmly. Shwe Lehan was silent. After a long while he said, "Not really. The Tribulation Sword is not something that I can create." Chu Yang frowned and said, "Then what's your relationship with the Tribulation Sword?" Shwe Lehan said lightly, "The Tribulation Sword is something that I placed on this continent." Chu Yang was shocked. "You're the person who folded the heavens." Under the great shock of his mind, the wine in the cup actually splashed out and landed on a purple bamboo. With a swoosh, this purple bamboo suddenly grew. With a swoosh, it shot up to a height of more than 100 feet. It was really the tallest bamboo in the forest. Then bamboo shoots began to sprout from the snow-capped ground with a schwa, schwa, schwa sound. The bamboo shoots started to grow as soon as they came out. They slowly became thicker and taller. Then they started to extend upwards. Soon, they were more than 100 feet tall. In fact, they were 3 times thicker than Chu Yang's waist. Was this still bamboo? Shwe Lehan looked at him somewhat helplessly and said, "Yes, I'm the person who folded the heavens." Chu Yang had already calmed down. He smiled and said, "You're indeed a mighty person." Shwe Lehan smiled bitterly and helplessly. "May I ask, mighty person, what's the matter that you've come to find me for?" Chu Yang took a deep breath and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. However, he only felt a sense of bitterness in his chest and abdomen. "You have too many doubts, too many unanswered questions, and too much anger and helplessness in your heart," Shwe Lehan said softly. "Today I came here, or rather, the main purpose of my coming to the Heavens continent this time, is to solve the doubts in your heart for you." Chu Yang smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "So I'm actually so important? But I didn't know." Shwe Lehan smiled warmly. "I don't treat you as a tool. I treat you as a friend." "Friend? Huh." Chu Yang smiled and didn't say anything. However, the veins in his hand that was holding the wine cup suddenly popped out. "You feel uncomfortable. Your greatest discomfort is that you think that your previous and current lives were manipulated by me. It's as if I played you and caused the tragedy in your previous life, but made you make up for it in this life. You feel like you're a chess piece that's been arranged. You do whatever others want you to do, and you have no power of autonomy at all, Shue Leihan said heavily. Because of this, you even have doubts about the Calamity Sword. You think that the Calamity Sword is also a trap. He said heavily, I'm not wrong about you, am I? Chu Yang was silent for a moment and said, Actually, with your great cultivation, you don't have to explain anything to me. You know, even though I feel uncomfortable and indignant, I can't bear to destroy everything in this life. I still have to take that path. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp. He said word by word, the path that you arranged. Shue Leihan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He said softly, With my cultivation, I can easily fold the heavens. With a wave of my hand, all the plains within hundreds of millions of miles can be wiped clean. Indeed, I don't have to explain to you, but it's precisely because I don't have to that what I'm explaining to you is true. Chu Yang fell into a long silence. After a long, long time, he finally let out a long, long, long breath and said softly, Thank you. It was as if he had spat out all of his grievances and depression with a single breath. Shue Leihan listened to these two words very seriously. Then, with a serious tone, he said, word by word, You're welcome. Chu Yang felt his whole body relax. His thoughts also seemed to have become more flexible. He grabbed the wine pot and said, Go on, I'm all ears. Looking at Chu Yang's completely disrespectful action, a hint of a smile appeared in Shue Leihan's eyes. He said slowly, It's a long story. It starts from 120,000 years ago. 120,000 years. Chu Yang choked. He coughed repeatedly and said, Go on, don't bother with me. He really didn't expect that he would have to go back to 120,000 years ago just to explain himself. Chapter 1174. Sit down obediently. Seeing Chu Yang like this, Shue Leihan couldn't help but glare at him. Why was this guy so different from his previous life? Once he knew that it was a misunderstanding, he actually became lazy. Just say what you want to say. Why do you care about me? Chu Yang said. Shue Leihan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in him. He didn't look at him, but focused on the few sparrows pecking at the food. He said, 120,000 years ago in the heavens, a great battle suddenly broke out. There were two people, and one of them fought for years. In a year, the battlefield spanned tens of billions of miles. Shue Leihan said word by word. Cough, 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 cough. Chu Yang coughed with a red face, out of breath. This time, he really choked, quite badly. The two of them fought for a year. A battlefield spanning tens of billions of miles. Chu Yang felt a lack of oxygen in his brain. Then he choked on a mouthful of wine and spurted it out from his nostrils. Then he coughed incessantly like a tuberculosis patient. A black line appeared on Shue Leihan's face. He pretended not to hear and treated this bastard in front of him as a pile of dog shit. He continued to talk. That battle was really earth-shattering. Everywhere they passed by was smashed into pieces. Some powerful people went to watch by relying on their cultivation. In the end, they were blown to smithereens by the wind from tens of thousands of miles away. In the end, the two of them fought to a draw. Chu Yang coughed with all his might. In the end, they finally came to my territory. At that time, I was worried that they had stopped fighting. I heard one of them say, You can't beat me. The other said, You can't beat me either. Then the two of them said in unison, In a few years I can beat you. Then they laughed at the same time. Shue Leihan raised his eyebrows. These two crazy people didn't know that they fought for a year. Who knows how many billions of people and animals died in the aftermath of their battle, but they were laughing so happily. Chu Yang finally stopped coughing. He thought to himself, This is too fucking mysterious, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Then one of them said, "Where are you going?" The other asked, "What about you? Where are you going?" The first person said, "I'm looking for a place." He took his wives out to play. Later on, the man said, "Same idea as me. I'll also find a place to take my wives to play." Then the two of them said in unison, "Don't fucking follow me to the same place." Then the two of them looked at the battlefield and said, "We fought too hard. It's all your fault. If you had just let me beat you up, nothing would have happened." Another person said, "Then why don't you just let me beat you up?" Chu Yang listened and yawned. The more the two of them spoke, the more evil they sounded. Furthermore, he sounded like a hooligan. Furthermore, it was completely devoid of nutrition and content, making one feel drowsy. One of them said, "But the great calamity has already happened. There was nothing he could do." Another person said, "That's right. In this world, 130,000 years later, the extraterrestrial demons will invade. Originally, they could resist them, but because of what we did, they have no hope at all." Chu Yang coughed violently again. Extraterrestrial demon. Fuck his grandmother. The extraterrestrial demons, fabricated by the Dharma Supreme, actually existed? Even if the Dharma Supreme himself knew of this fact, he would definitely be very speechless, right? Shuel Leihan continued. Then one of them said, "Should we interfere or not?" Another person said, "One look and I know you're ignorant, always looking at others." I knew this was heaven's will. Chu Yang pursed his lips and thought to himself, "This person is even more ridiculous. You killed someone and then said that they deserved to die. It was heaven's will." And he kept saying old. How did he sound like a mighty person? He was even more vulgar than an old person. The first person said, "What heaven's will?" Bullshit. Another person said, "This piece of heaven and earth has its own primordial world. Unparalleled talents will be born in response to fate. The blood and energy of so many people. We can't waste it." The first person said, "You mean they deserve to die?" Another person said, "If they didn't deserve to die, why would I fight here?" At this point, Chu Yang was really speechless. The first person said, "Then what do you think?" Another person said, "We have to leave something behind. In the end, no matter what happens, it will really have nothing to do with us." Then the first person said, "All right." Then the two of them beckoned me over. The first person said to me, "You heard everything just now, right?" Another person said, "If you can't hear, then you're really deaf." Shuel Leihan laughed bitterly and said, "The two of them were fooling around." I didn't dare to be presumptuous at all. I respectfully replied that I heard them. It was only then that I saw that one of them was dressed in black and the other in white. Both of them looked like handsome youths. One was devilish and the other was wild. The wild one had long hair that reached his shoulders. The devilish one even had a devilish breath. Then the two of them messed around for a long time before they threw me 8 small pieces of metal. The devilish youth blew on it, as if something was blown away by him. He said, "Leave it for the fated one." Then they gave me a few instructions and left. When they left, I seemed to have heard a woman's voice saying, "There are men and women that's yin and yang." The devilish youth nodded repeatedly. He patted the pieces of metal and winked, saying, "Yes, yes, yes." Then he disappeared in a flash. No matter how stupid Chu Yang was, he could tell that the 8 small pieces of metal were tribulation swords. But why 8 pieces? Then I put the 8 pieces of metal in my arms and realized that when they were combined, they formed a sword. So I took it as my own sword. Until 20,000 years later, I followed the instructions and came to the heavenly continent to find the fated one. But when I came here, I saw that everyone was blinded by greed and fought fiercely. There were actually people who kept scheming against me. At this moment, the devilish youth's voice suddenly sounded in my heart. He said, "People's hearts can be destroyed, and those who should be killed should be killed." So, in a fit of anger, I folded the heavenly continent and prepared to destroy this world. But at this moment, the devilish youth's voice said, I haven't finished yet. People's hearts can be destroyed, and those who should be killed. But people's hearts can be taught, and those who can be changed should be changed. But at that time, half of the heavenly continent had already been destroyed by me. Shwe Leihan smiled bitterly. I hurriedly integrated it, but it only formed the shape of a heavy pagoda. And in a hurry, it wasn't stable. Just as I integrated it, it collapsed again. So I folded the space again. It became the third heavenly continent. But for some reason, the 8 small metal pieces in my arms trembled nonstop and finally flew out of my arms. They automatically formed a sword in front of me and then disintegrated, disappearing from this continent in a flash. But after that sword disappeared, this continent became the third heavenly continent, and it finally stabilized. Then, I don't know what happened. So, there was the legend of the Calamity Sword. At this point, Shwe Leihan drank 4 or 5 cups of wine in succession. Then he smiled bitterly. Everyone knows that the person who folded the heavenly continent is the owner of the Calamity Sword. But only I know. I'm not. Other than carrying this sword for 20,000 years and cultivating its spiritual intelligence to become a sword spirit. I'm not the owner of the Calamity Sword at all. And the previous owners of the Calamity Sword are the real owners of the Calamity Sword. But there's only one real owner of the Calamity Sword. And the person who wields the sword in the heavenly continent is the real owner of the Calamity Sword. Shwe Leihan looked at Chu Yang with a burning gaze. And you are the number of the Calamity Sword's owner. You can say that. You're the person chosen by those 2 people. Now, you should also understand why I specially came to explain to you. He smiled bitterly. I can't kill you, nor can I offend you. But I can't help you either. You have misunderstood me. How can I not explain? Shwe Leihan, the mighty person who folded the heavenly continent, sighed. How can I afford to offend you? Chu Yang felt dizzy listening to him. Now he finally understood. The land of the Calamity Sword probably contained a big secret. It was definitely not just limited to the Calamity Sword technique. I understand. Chu Yang took a deep breath of cold air. He said heavily. Shwe Leihan said, So, you have to surpass my level in 10,000 years and fight the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang smiled bitterly from the bottom of his heart. Brother Shwe, how old are you this year? Shwe Leihan pondered. After calculating for a while, he said, Less than 1,000,000 years old. Chu Yang nodded deeply. Brother, you've cultivated for 1,000,000 years and reached your current level. But you want me to surpass you in 10,000 years to fight the extraterrestrial demons. And now, I'm just a person who can't even go up to the heavenly palace. Don't you think that this is a little something? Shwe Leihan said seriously, I'm telling the truth. Chu Yang said seriously, I'm also telling the truth. The 2 of them looked at each other. I don't care about you. Shwe Leihan said, Now I'll explain your previous life to you. Chu Yang stretched his body and laid his upper body on the jade platform. He said in boredom, Go on. Your previous life is your real life. Shwe Leihan said, When you got the sword tip of the Calamity Sword, I sensed it and came down to check. But when he saw it, he was greatly disappointed. So you only got the sword tip and nothing else. This is completely different from the previous owners of the Calamity Sword, and you're the most important generation. Why is it like this? So, I paid close attention to you. But as I paid attention, I became more and more puzzled. This owner of the Calamity Sword is too pitiful. I checked the heavenly secrets, but only saw chaos. I couldn't predict your future at all. Finally, when you were on the Wind Thunder platform, time and space were suddenly messed up. Then I realized that everything was back to square one. As for why you had to do it all over again, I couldn't understand it either. But at the moment when time and space were messed up, I could feel the divine sense left behind by the evil young man vibrating and then disappearing. If I'm not wrong, it should be his doing. Xue Leihan spread his hands and said, "It has nothing to do with me, and I can't save you. I can't stop it either. Everything is back to square one. In other words, those things in your previous life didn't happen at all. You can take it as a dream." Xue Leihan said, "Do you understand now?" Chu Yang looked at him innocently and said, "Do you want to hear the truth?" Xue Leihan smiled. "Of course." Chu Yang spread his hands and groaned. "To be honest, I'm 10,000 times more confused than you were before you explained. Today is the birthday of our proud world's second guild master, YY Chhwy Guild Master. I wish her a happy birthday, and wish her happiness every year." Chapter 1175. Xue Leihan blinked. 10,000 times more confused? Even more? Chu Yang groaned. "Big brother, who are those two people?" Xue Leihan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You think I dare to ask?" Chu Yang grabbed the wine cup and downed 3 cups. He didn't care if he was troubled or not. He would drink first. This wine was very hard to come by. Xue Leihan shook his head and smiled. Then he looked at the white snow in the distance. His eyes were somewhat fascinated. "When can I reach that level?" Chu Yang curled his lips and said, "Your level is already miles away from my Leduo. You actually still have a goal." Xue Leihan smiled. He picked up the wine pot and filled Chu Yang's cup again. Then he poured another cup for himself. This wine pot was very small. It looked like it could only hold 2 cups of wine. But now that he had poured out 30 cups, there was still an inexhaustible amount of wine inside. "Brother Chu, now you won't suspect that I'm playing with you, right?" Xue Leihan smiled. "I won't." Chu Yang said dejectedly, "Of course, I won't doubt those 2 almighties either. With their cultivation, if they were to specifically toy with me like this, and if they had planned to toy with me 120,000 years ago, then it would really be my supreme honor. You're nothing. They specially played with you?" Xue Leihan sneered and said, "They're not even interested in playing with me." "Which interest?" Chu Yang's eyes widened seriously. He asked seriously, "Is it interest? Or sexual interest? How to play with you?" Suddenly, some unbearable images appeared in his mind. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. "Get lost!" Xue Leihan shouted angrily. Looking at the dirty expression on his face, he really wanted to blow this guy into shreds. "Actually, I don't care about these at all." Chu Yang said, "I don't have so many long-term plans. My habit is that when I take this step, I'll be sure of the next step. But when I haven't taken this step, when I haven't gained a firm footing, I never think about things that are too far away." He said seriously, "If you think too far away, you'll be afraid. Fear will make us involuntarily intimidated. Once you're intimidated, you'll never be able to achieve your goal." Xue Leihan was silent for a moment. "That makes sense. So, when you tell me about those 2 people and the origin of Calamity Sword, I'll just treat it as a story," Chu Yang said casually. "I'll listen and remember it. That's all, nothing more." Xue Leihan smiled. "That's more like you. What I admire the most is your carefree attitude. Perhaps you think that this is a kind of free and easy, but in my opinion, this is a kind of freedom. It's a kind of ruthlessness." Chu Yang nodded. "Perhaps it is the current me. She wasn't as vicious and irritable as she was in my previous life. Furthermore, that arrogance and resentment was slowly fading away. But I could feel it myself. It hasn't disappeared, it's hidden in my heart." "Your heart won't change, but it can be concealed," Chu Yang said. "I will not change my mind. That's enough for a lifetime." Xue Leihan smiled. "Actually, the reason why I chose to stand out now was also because of your earlier confusion. Just as you are lamenting about human nature, am I not the same? However, as the saying goes, the human heart can be punished. The human heart can be taught. That's a wise saying." Xue Leihan said, "In the ancient times of the continent, everyone was like this. No one was poor, no one was rich. At that time, everyone helped each other. Finally, when it came to a dividing line, there were strong and weak, rich and poor. The rich began to bully the poor, and then there was rule. After that, there was a long period of order in the world. Until today, the strong became stronger, the weak became weaker, and so there was competition. The world's way and people's hearts were originally good, but driven by interests, the world's morals deteriorated day by day. But now that the world has developed to such a stage, this is also the general trend. Therefore, under such circumstances, we can't teach them, because teaching them is useless. Xue Leihan said lightly at such a time, "We need the rule of law with an iron fist." The rule of law? Law enforcement officers? Chu Yang's heart trembled. Yes, Xue Leihan said, law enforcement officers have also changed, and they follow the law enforcement standards from 10,000 years ago. It's no longer suitable for the present. Chu Yang thought and said, yes, the rule of law should also change accordingly with the changes in the world. In troubled times, we need to use strict laws. Xue Leihan said, after troubled times, we can relax a little after a period of rest. But once we get on the right track, we need to use strict laws. Chu Yang frowned and pondered. You have deep feelings for this continent. The empire of the lower three heavens was built by you. The aristocratic families of the upper three heavens were reorganized by you. Now, the order of the upper three heavens also needs to be reorganized by you. Xue Leihan said, so, I specially chose this moment to remind you. He smiled warmly. Our cultivation now is very different, but I still treat you as a friend. Friends don't care about cultivation. Chu Yang said lightly, you have this heart, so do I. If you don't, you won't see me today. Xue Leihan said quietly. Heavy snow fell from the sky again. The two of them didn't speak for a long time. However, both of them knew that this round of conversation was already over. The following conversation was the most important one for Chu Yang. Xue Leihan let the snow fall on his face but didn't let it melt. He said, I like snow the most. Chu Yang, I know you have a lot of questions in your heart. He smiled and said, after today, I will be returning to my home. So now, you can ask what you want to ask. Chu Yang nodded and said, I do have a lot of things to ask you. The first thing is, are the previous generations of tribulations alive or dead? Does the tribulation to nourish the heavens exist? Xue Leihan's expression froze. Hearing that Chu Yang's first question was such a question, he couldn't help but become serious. He pondered for a while and said, the tribulations are not dead. Chu Yang asked, then where are they now? Xue Leihan's expression was complicated. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, preparing for war against the extraterrestrial demons, Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. The emotions of the tribulations moved heaven and earth. If such heroic figures had already died, and died tragically, Chu Yang definitely wouldn't feel comfortable at all. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the tribulation to nourish the heavens, it is the last round of selection. All the tribulations and those with distracting thoughts will be eliminated at that stage. Xue Leihan said softly, so the tribulation is not complete. Chu Yang nodded silently. He thought of the Dharma Supreme. He thought of Wu Jueqing. In that case, the tribulation to nourish the heavens is just a joke. In fact, there is no need to tribulation to nourish the heavens. Chu Yang asked somewhat bitterly. Nourishing the heavens is just an excuse. The stability of the continent is a cycle of 10,000 years. All the loose areas will be restored to their original state after 10,000 years, Xue Leihan said lightly. Excuse. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. An excuse. Let all the heroes of the past 10,000 years be included. Bloodshed, bloodshed, bloody disputes, excuse. Xue Leihan raised his head and looked at the sky. He said lightly, our goal is to protect this part of the starry sky and not let the extraterrestrial demons have their way. Otherwise, not only will the heavenly continent turn into nothingness, but the starry sky with a radius of trillions will also be destroyed. And the heavenly continent is just the most important selection point. Select the most outstanding talents and head to the extraterrestrial to battle the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang sighed deeply. For a moment, he actually felt that the world was vast, and there was a sense of loss as to where to go. This was a huge scam. However, this scam made it so that no one could hate it. Even if there is no such excuse, the martial world is the martial world. The martial world will never stop killing. Xue Leihan said bleakly. So, there is no need to consider this matter. That's right. Chu Yang sighed. But how can I not consider? My brothers and I are all in this tribulation. Xue Leihan smiled. The third question. Since all the previous tribulations are already in the extraterrestrial to prepare for the extraterrestrial demons, where did all the previous masters go? Chu Yang asked. Xue Leihan looked at him quietly and didn't speak for a long time. Chu Yang didn't rush him either. He just looked at him quietly. Other than the first master of the tribulation sword, all the previous masters died. They used their bodies to open the path of reincarnation and open the door to the extraterrestrial world. Their bones were the walls, their flesh paved the way, their blood became the wind, and their souls became the sky. They sent my brothers to the extraterrestrial world to fight the extraterrestrial demons. They nurtured my brothers and reconstructed their bodies to become immortal. They fulfilled my brothers' wishes and became immortal in the extraterrestrial world. They let my brothers enjoy the glory of the heavens and the earth and receive the supreme glory. Xue Leihan said solemnly. Chu Yang's heart shook. He lowered his head abruptly and tears flowed out of his eyes. I knew it. How can a heartless person become a master of the tribulation sword? I knew it. There must be something fishy about this. I knew it. There must be a strong reason. I knew it. But I definitely didn't expect it to be such a tragic reason. Then why did every master of the tribulation sword have to hurt their brothers' hearts at the last moment? Chu Yang asked in a low voice. His voice was very weak because he was afraid that he would cry out loud. Such heroes, such men, to die to fulfill their brothers' wishes. Going through the path of reincarnation to the extraterrestrial world requires a strong power of resentment to protect one's body. Otherwise, one will be blown into ashes by the strong winds. Xue Leihan took a deep breath. Sadness and resentment are necessary. The more ruthless, the better. The more vengeful the heart, the safer it is. The master of the tribulation sword has the ability to break through reincarnation and unseal the extraterrestrial world. However, when the master of the tribulation sword can't meet the final requirements, he will face such a choice. The first choice is to sacrifice his brothers to fulfill his wishes. With the blood, spirit, flesh, and soul of this brother as a guide, he will merge them into one. With the strong power of resentment and the soul of the tribulation sword, he will open the path to the extraterrestrial world and send himself over. He will dominate the extraterrestrial world and fight the extraterrestrial demons. The second choice is to sacrifice himself and let this brother pass through the path with resentment towards him forever. He will die and bear the infamy of eternity. He will hate the heavens and his soul will be scattered. Xue Leihan said calmly, I'm very relieved that the 7 masters of the tribulation sword have all chosen to sacrifice themselves. He didn't want to solve this mystery now. However, after thinking about it, he decided to solve it. It seemed that many of his brothers were doubting the character of the master of the tribulation sword. Chapter 1176. Chu Yang's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Then, as far as I know, the tribulation sword master is still alive after tribulation nourishes the heavens, and he will only disappear mysteriously after a few months or even longer. What's going on? Chu Yang asked in a low voice. After tribulation entered the passage, he was protected by his resentment, but the passage wasn't stable yet. So he had to wait for some time until they were all baptized by the astral winds before the blood, flesh and soul of the tribulation sword master could be used. Shuelehan said. So, after he killed all his brothers, he still had to wait for some time. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. No wonder it was rumored that tribulation nourished the heavens. No wonder every tribulation, Sword Master mysteriously disappeared after tribulation nourished the heavens. No wonder. He himself was the tribulation, Sword Master, and he was the last tribulation, Sword Master. Although he didn't have to make such a choice anymore, he could deeply understand the helplessness of the 7 tribulation, Sword Masters, the pain in their hearts. They had walked side by side with their brothers through thick and thin, but they had to make such a cruel choice at the last moment. The choice wasn't hard to make. They could easily make the choice of sacrificing themselves for their brothers. Even if they had to bear the infamy, they would still be happy. But the biggest problem was to destroy their brothers' bodies and lives with their own hands. Although they knew that they would be reborn over there and that they would be rewarded for their sacrifice, they didn't see it with their own eyes. But after all, they were the ones who tore apart the bodies of their brothers who had gone through thick and thin with them. And the cruelest thing was that every tribulation Sword Master had to live for some time after killing their brothers before they would shatter themselves. Then, how would they survive this period of time? How would they survive? Their hearts would probably be full of holes, right? But they still had to hold on until those brothers who hated them needed them. Only then would they give their all. Rest in peace. Who could understand the pain in their hearts? Chu Yang thought of himself. If one day he had to kill Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Mo Tianji and the others with the cruelest methods, how would he feel? If he had to hold on for some time after killing his brothers? Chu Yang suddenly shuddered. The first tribulation Sword Master didn't do that, so you suppressed him in the lake of death. Chu Yang suppressed the emotions in his heart and asked lightly, Yes, that's also a test for the tribulation, Sword Master. Shuelehan didn't hide anything and admitted it directly. How many people passed the test? Chu Yang closed his eyes. Tears welled up in his eyes. 3 passed, for chose the path of heartlessness. Shuelehan sighed and said, Although they initially chose the path of heartlessness, at the final juncture, they chose the path of sentiment. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, How can a person's heart and human nature be distinguished by a mere Tao of emotions and ruthlessness? Can it be erased? Yes, Shuelehan admitted. In the end, the Calamity Sword Masters who chose the heartless Tao all regretted it. Shuelehan said calmly they regretted that they chose the heartless Tao back at the Lake of Despair. If you choose the path of sentiment, then in the long years to come, you can still enjoy a lot of happy times with your brothers. If it were me, I would also regret it, Chu Yang said quietly. He suddenly thought of Wu Jueqing. Wu Jueqing had always been brooding over this matter. It had been tens of thousands of years. If he knew the truth, it turned out to be like this. Chu Yang dared to guarantee that once Wu Jueqing knew the truth, his first choice would be to wipe his neck out of shame. Chu Yang sighed inwardly. Looks like it's better to bury this matter in the bottom of my heart. I want to know the names of the past Calamity Sword Masters. Chu Yang exhaled deeply and gently, but it shocked him so much that he felt dizzy and trembling. The first Calamity Sword Master was called Lei Jian. The second Calamity Sword Master was called Storm Shuelehan. He spoke of every name with great familiarity. All these years, I've often thought of these names. Although I've never befriended any of them, they are indeed good men. Of course, except for the first one. The third Calamity Sword Master was called Meng Tsang. The fourth Calamity Sword Master was called Duan Tian. The fifth Calamity Sword Master was called Yun Dong. The sixth Calamity Sword Master was called Qin Fong. The seventh Calamity Sword Master was called Lin Zun. The eighth Calamity Sword Master was called Jun Lai. Shuelehan spoke of the names of these 8 people with great familiarity. He looked at Chu Yang and said in a low voice, The first Calamity Sword Master was called Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a deep breath and murmured, Lei Jian, storm, Meng Tsang, Duan Tian, Yundong, Qin Fong, Lin Zun, Junlai. Good men. Good heroes. Good. Xue Leihan also sighed. I have to say that there are countless good men in this world. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, these people are very silly. But it's precisely these silly people who can create immortal legends. They have become the spiritual pillars of the entire human world since ancient times. And those so-called smart people have long disappeared in the long river of history. Not even their names were left behind. In this world, silly people are cute, Chuyang said in a low voice. Yes, Xue Leihan sighed and said, Did you notice that the names of the Calamity Sword Masters are all 2 words? Chuyang smiled bitterly. Of course I noticed that. Xue Leihan said, But there's one thing you didn't notice, and I only realized it after you obtained the Calamity Sword in your previous life. I deeply felt the horror of heaven's will. Chuyang frowned. Oh, this is strange. Is it because of the names? Xue Leihan smiled lightly and said, Pay attention to the last word of each of your names, from the first Calamity Sword Master down to you. See if you notice anything. Chuyang murmured, The first, Lei Jian, is sword. The second, storm, is bow. The third, Meng Tsang, is Tsang. The fourth, Duan Tian, is Tian. Suddenly he was shocked and said, These 4 are sword exploding the heavens. Then, including me, the last 5. As he continued to calculate, he was suddenly startled and stood there dumbstruck, like a wooden sculpture. Behind them, Yundong, Qin Fong, Lin Zun, Junlai, plus himself, it was Dongfang Zun, Liang. And all together it was 1 word, 1 sentence. Sword, Bao, Tsang, Tian, Dong, Fong Zun, Liang. Sword exploding the heavens, Dongfang Zun, Liang. Chuyang murmured as if he was dreaming. What does this mean? Sword exploding the heavens, Dongfang Zun, Liang? Or sword exploding the east of the heavens, Fong Zun, Liang? Or sword exploding the east of the heavens, Liang? Xue Leihan smiled bitterly. Don't ask me, I don't know either. This mystery can only be solved by you in the future. However, this is a complete sentence, and there's no need to doubt what it means. Nonsense. Chuyang scolded without holding back. Of course there's a meaning. If there's no meaning, why did you come up with this? Xue Leihan touched his nose and could only smile bitterly. How many tens of thousands of years had it been since someone dared to scold him? How fresh! Now, there was actually someone pointing at the head of the Celestial Emperor and scolding him, spittle all over his face, and he couldn't even lose his temper. If the other guys in the Celestial Palace knew about this, they would probably lose all their old teeth that had existed for tens of thousands of years. There's nothing you don't understand, right? Xue Leihan snorted. Yes, Chuyang hurriedly said. I want to ask, who exactly is the Dharma Supreme? Just ask this question directly. Xue Leihan stared at him with interest. Do you want me to tell you where the rest of the sword fragments are? Or should I just take them all out and give them to you? Chuyang touched his nose. Cough, actually I don't care. I don't care if you don't tell me. Of course, if you tell me all of them, I don't care even more. If you just give them all to me. I can only accept them and feel guilty. Get lost. Xue Leihan scolded jokingly. Where did you learn to be so thick-skinned? You weren't like this in your previous life. Chuyang smiled embarrassedly. Aren't I more handsome in this life than in my previous life? Xue Leihan stood up speechlessly. If you don't have anything else to ask, I'm leaving. I'll be waiting for you at the Celestial Palace. Wait. Chuyang hurriedly stopped him. Didn't you say that after the heaven and earth were sealed, the owner of the Tribulation Sword once again had the privilege of entering and exiting the Celestial Palace freely? Why don't I have it? Xue Leihan snorted and said, When you find the 5th sword fragment, you'll have 1 chance to enter and exit freely. You have 3 months to come back. This is the only privilege. The rest will have to wait until the 6th sword fragment is unsealed. I see. Chu Yang was relieved. He looked at the wind, thunder platform thousands of miles away and felt an unbearable itch in his heart. He was about to get it. Didn't that mean that he could go down? Thinking of Gu Duxing, Mo Tianji, Ao Xiun, and the rest, Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of Tai Buquan, Chu Yang's heart was complicated again. Thinking of those whom he had yet to meet, Chu Yang thought of the situation when he became sworn brothers with his father Chu failing. Damn it, he had to do anything. Otherwise, after 10 or 20 years, he would also become sworn brothers with his son. That would be really embarrassing. There's nothing else now, right? Xue Leihan was a little helpless. Of course there's something. Chu Yang said eloquently, "This is quite tasty. Leave it for me. Tell me how to dilute the tea. You want it? You actually still want the original pulp? Undiluted wine paste?" Xue Leihan looked at the thick-skinned person in front of him with some genuine shock. "Yes." Chu Yang said righteously, "You also said that we're friends. Friends share wealth, let alone a few cups of wine. Why are you so stingy? Are you giving it to me or not? If not, I'm going to snatch it." As he spoke, he started to brag. He glared and rolled up his sleeves. From the looks of it, he was really going to snatch it. Chapter 1177. Just a few cups of wine. Xue Leihan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you know that you drank a total of 10 cups of my wine just now, which has already increased your cultivation by 300 years? Now, you actually want the wine cream? Aren't you afraid of exploding?" "I'm not afraid," Chu Yang said boldly. "At most, I'll be a good man again after 18 years. Xue Leihan was speechless. "Brother, you don't know. What we're drinking now is just a very small jar of wine cream, less than half a kilogram. But I diluted it with 50 kilograms of water. And 10 cups have increased your cultivation by 300 years. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "I see. Then give me 8 or 10 more jars." Xue Leihan said angrily, "Not even one." Chu Yang persisted. 5 jars will do. Not even a drop." Xue Leihan was very firm. "At least 2 jars." Chu Yang said angrily, "I want this number. If it's less, I don't want it either." "At most 1 jar," Xue Leihan said. "Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, forget it." "Deal." Chu Yang quickly clapped his hands. 1 jar it is. Give it to me." Xue Leihan's eyes widened. He threw out a jar in annoyance and said, "You've become really shameless now." Chu Yang hurriedly caught it and kept it in the tribulation space at once. He smiled. "If I wanted to be shameless, this jar of wine would be gone. This is a good wine that can increase one's cultivation by several decades with just 1 cup." As he spoke, he said, "What other good things do you have? Anyway, you're going back now, and I still have a long time before I can go up to find you. After I go up, I can't say whether I can find you or not. Might as well leave some behind." Even though Xue Leihan had lived for 1,000,000 years, he couldn't help but feel dumbfounded by this person's shamelessness. He shook his head vigorously. "No more." Chu Yang didn't give up. He pulled at his sleeve forcefully. With a hiss, a sleeve fell off. "What are you doing?" Xue Leihan said angrily. "I thought you were wearing invulnerable clothes." "So you're not," Chu Yang said disappointedly. So this guy was thinking about his clothes? He wanted to strip him naked? The more Xue Leihan thought about it, the more he felt that he shouldn't stay here any longer. Facing such a person who was impervious to persuasion, thick-skinned and black-hearted, Xue Leihan felt more and more helpless. He said dejectedly, "You're ruthless." Chu Yang still didn't give up. "Why don't you put me in your storage ring? I'll go and choose by myself." Xue Leihan's, "'Tis this guy, Xue Leihan to leave?" Xue to leave 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 to be seen. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Then he deftly put the iced jade platform, table, chairs, and wine pot into the tribulation space. Then he muttered, so stingy, With a flash, Shwel Lehan appeared again. He of that to be left, left, to be left, as chut to be used, leaved to tt, zafi tit. You even look like an almighty? What do you know? Shwel Lehan said angrily, that's the fire and water jade and the heaven and earth pot. Chu Yang's eyes lit up and he asked humbly, please enlighten me. What are the fire and water jade and the heaven and earth pot? Shwel Lehan shook his head and sighed. He stretched out a hand and pointed a finger at the tip of Chu Yang's nose from afar. He tapped twice, then nodded fiercely. Good. You're so good. Good. Chu Yang said innocently, do you have to praise me like that? Before he finished, Shwel Lehan had already disappeared. Then there was a clap of thunder above the clouds. A golden light flashed faintly thousands of miles away and then disappeared. Shwel Lehan had finally left for good. He really didn't want to stay in this world for even a moment longer. If he stayed any longer, even his underwear would have been extorted by this bastard. I'm also a celestial emperor. How can I go back naked? I've made a fortune. Chu Yang muttered to himself, overjoyed. I should have gone back long ago, damn it. You're always uncomfortable here. Who asked you to be so much stronger than me? As he spoke, he took out a wine pot and played with it. Heaven and earth pot? How much can it hold? Let me take a look inside. He used his divine sense to take a look and was instantly overjoyed. There was a dark hole inside, but at the very bottom there was wine. It only took up a small part of the bottom. According to Shwel Lehan, that was the smallest jar of wine ointment, using 50 kilograms of water. Shwel Lehan drank 3 to 4 cups, and he drank 10 cups. In total, it was only 20 cups of wine, at most 4 to 5 kilograms. That meant there were still 50 kilograms in this pot. Only such a small part of the bottom of the pot? If it was completely filled, wouldn't it be more than 10,000 kilograms? I'm rich. Chu Yang grinned. I love taking advantage of people the most. As he spoke, he took out the water fire jade that Shwel Lehan mentioned and played with it in front of him. With a crack, he broke a piece and felt a strong spiritual energy suddenly spurt out. For a moment, he actually felt suffocated. Amazing! Chu Yang hurriedly threw the rest of the water fire jade into the tribulation space and immediately sat down to circulate his divine technique, absorbing this spiritual energy into his dantian. He felt his cultivation rising rapidly. This wave of spiritual energy was gentle, but it actually carried a berserk spiritual energy with 2 completely different attributes flowing through his meridians. Chu Yang felt as if he was enjoying both ice and fire at any time and place. On one hand, he felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan, but on the other hand, he felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to roll around. This feeling was really hard to describe. Moreover, as the spiritual energy was activated by the heavens splitting divine technique, the water fire jade in his hand also slowly lost its color. From crystal clear, it slowly became a little gray. Then the broken piece of water fire jade gradually became smaller and eventually turned into a pile of powder. Chu Yang was shocked to find that his cultivation had risen from the initial level of Sword Saint level to the peak level of Sword Saint level in one go. He was only a step away from breaking through to first-grade Supreme Martial Artist. Chu Yang stood up, somewhat emotional. From the Emperor level to the Monarch level, one could basically skip a few levels. With this power now, it was enough for him to directly rise from first-grade Emperor level to second-grade Martial Saint level. But now, the 300 years of cultivation brought by the wine, coupled with the huge power of this small piece of water fire jade, only then did he rise from the beginner level of Martial Saint level to the peak level of Martial Saint level. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to raise one's cultivation level after becoming a supreme being. No wonder all the supreme martial artists were so old. Their powerful cultivation was the accumulation of countless years of experience. Thinking of this, Chu Yang's heart moved. He remembered that day when he rescued Han Shaoran, that last blow. Chu Yang had already risked his life for that blow. Even the chances of winning were very small, and the chances of survival were definitely not high. But at that moment, the heavens-splitting divine technique suddenly moved on its own. It was just that one move, but it suddenly doubled the power of his sword technique. If the heavens-splitting divine technique was fully activated, what kind of scene would it be? Chu Yang thought to himself. Without any hesitation, he began to explore. He remembered that the power of the heavens-splitting divine technique in his previous life was also greater than in this life. Why did the heavens-splitting divine technique become a cliché when he had completely reversed his fate? It only had ordinary power? This shouldn't be at all. There must be a mysterious reason that caused him to not discover the magical power of the heavens-splitting divine technique. And now, Chu Yang was trying to open this treasure vault. Snow was falling above his head. On the snowy ground, Chu Yang was working hard. At this moment, with a sudden snap, a piece of ice fell from the sky and hit right on his head. Chu Yang was startled. He reached out and grabbed the ice in his hand. It wasn't strange for it to snow, rain, or hail, but now it was actually ice. Taking a look at it in his hand, he saw that the ice cracked open, revealing a pale gold piece of paper inside. Chu Yang's heart moved. He opened the paper and saw a few words written on it. It was Xue Leihan's handwriting. This guy actually sent a letter directly from the heaven-splitting imperial court. He was unwilling to come down and face Chu Yang personally after spending a lot of effort. Life is the path of heartlessness, but it needs true feelings to comfort loneliness. Don't say that the heart of loyalty has been destroyed. There are geniuses outside the realm. Chu Yang first smiled, then he fell into deep thought. Nothing in life could surpass birth, old age, sickness, and death. This was the path of reincarnation and also the beginning of heartlessness. Whether old age, sickness, or death, it was all heartlessness. No matter how unwilling he was, this day would come. But in this heartless land, it needed to be accompanied by true feelings. Just like the previous tribulations, sword masters. The passage that tribulations passed through at the end was a path of heartlessness. But it needed the tribulations' sword master to open and escort it with great true feelings and all his true feelings. Chu Yang knew that the most important part of Xue Leihan's poem was actually the first two lines. The last two lines were purely Xue Leihan's habit of playing with ink. He just added 2 more lines to complete the poem. In the past, I've always been obsessed with the path of emotions and the path of heartlessness. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Actually, it's my own fault. Or rather, everyone in the world is wrong. The path of heartlessness is the path, and the people of emotions are the people. In fact, this is completely unrelated. The path of heartlessness is the path, and the people of emotions are the people of the world. The path of heartlessness is the way of the world, and the people of the world have emotions. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled. The misconception of the people of the world is that they consider people and the path together. Actually, there is no path in the world, and the people of the world have emotions. That's how it is. After thinking through this point, Chu Yang only felt that his whole body was relaxed. Although this realization couldn't bring him any substantial benefits now, the invisible benefits could accompany him for every step of his life. The layered heaven divine technique in his body seemed to be active, slowly wriggling and operating. Chu Yang's heart moved, and he hurriedly activated it. The cultivation in his body surged like a great river. But Chu Yang realized that the fundamental energy of the layered heaven divine technique was still dormant in his dantian, wriggling slowly. It wasn't active, and a trace of hazy purple gas was moving slowly in his dantian. Only when this trace of purple gas moved would the layered heaven divine technique move with it. Chapter 1178. Where did this purple gas come from? Chu Yang was a little confused. Logically speaking, he was absorbing the primordial purple vapor in the tribulation space every day. His meridians were sometimes purple, and he felt much more powerful. But the Dantian ocean of chi had never appeared before. Now it finally appeared, and it was only a little bit. It was so weak that it was undetectable. Sword Spirit, are you here? Chu Yang asked. Since Xue Leihan appeared, the Sword Spirit suddenly fell silent for some reason. I'm here. The Sword Spirit asked respectfully, Has Master left? He left long ago. Chu Yang snorted, still a little angry at someone's pettiness. The Sword Spirit relaxed and said, What did you say just now? Suddenly he exclaimed, Isn't this Master's heaven-grade wine? Could this be Master's waterfire jade? Why did Master give you so much? Chu Yang said smugly, I want it. How can he not give it to me? The Sword Spirit sucked in cold air. As far as I know, the waterfire jade may have been given to others before, but no one has ever drunk heaven-grade wine. SSS and the Chinquan pot. What Chinquan pot? Chu Yang snorted. It's just a large wine pot. That's because my cultivation is not high enough. The Sword Spirit looked at Chu Yang as if he were a city dweller looking at a country bumpkin. The Chinquan pot can hold an entire continent, but it's just a large wine pot in your eyes. So it's a matter of cultivation. Chu Yang said awkwardly. I thought it was just a large wine pot. With Master's magical powers, why would he carry a wine pot with him? The Sword Spirit said discontentedly. Chu Yang exploded. Are you done? What Master? Do you know that we're together now? We have nothing to do with him in the future, do you know? Is there a need to be so scared? One day, I'll kill my way to the Heavenly Imperial Court and catch this guy and spank him every day. The Sword Spirit shut up tactfully, but his eyes were still full of disbelief. Chu Yang snorted and said, Purple gas threads have appeared in the Dantian of the Heavenly Divine Technique. What's going on? The Sword Spirit was shocked and immediately dived into check. After a long time. Then he exclaimed in shock, Lord Swordmaster, the layered Heaven Divine Technique has been activated for the first time in 10,000 years. The Sword Spirit's voice was somewhat incoherent. The layered Heaven Divine Technique is being activated for the first time in 10,000 years. Chu Yang was puzzled. Could it be that the previous masters of the tribulations, Sword, didn't activate it? This is the layered Heaven Divine Technique? Absolutely not. The Sword Spirit's expression was absolutely solemn. Then why can I clearly feel that the heaven-splitting divine technique in my previous life is much more powerful than it is now? Chu Yang felt a headache coming. In my previous life, it was because my heart was filled with hatred and resentment. It was the heart of destruction, the influence of violent spiritual energy. It only slightly stimulated the heaven-splitting divine technique, the Sword Spirit said. I see. Chu Yang asked, What do I need to do if I want to fully activate the heaven-splitting divine technique? The Sword Spirit smiled wryly. 1,000,000 strands of primordial violet vapor can allow you to condense a strand of primordial real silk. When the amount of primordial real silk in your dantian reaches 1,000,000 strands, the heaven-splitting divine technique can be fully activated. When the primordial real silk becomes a strand, you can break through the limits of the heaven-splitting divine technique. If it completely becomes the primordial aura ocean, you can change the world. Chu Yang's eyes turned. The primordial violet vapor in the tribulation space now. How much life force origin is there? How many strands of primordial real silk can it form? How many strands? The Sword Spirit rolled his eyes. Not to mention that the primordial violet vapor here is enough for you to absorb for a few years before your cultivation reaches a certain level. Even if you absorb all of it, it's more or less enough to form a strand of primordial real silk. Chu Yang sat down on the ground. What? Not a lot of strands. The sword spirit said somewhat speechlessly, "This is the heavenly continent, not the heavenly imperial court. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any strands at all." Chu Yang looked at the sky speechlessly, feeling that his brain wasn't enough. He looked at the primordial violet vapor in the tribulation space that was almost condensed into substance. But if he wanted to turn it into primordial real silk, only strands, and at most, primordial real silk is something that can create heaven and earth. The sword spirit looked left and right a little sneakily. Lowering his voice, he said, "You don't have to be discouraged. You must know that even Master has probably only reached the stage of forming strands of primordial real silk. And there shouldn't be more than 100 strands. 100 strands. How many strands is that?" Chu Yang asked carefully. He was afraid that he would ask another number that would make his heart stop beating. One strand should be able to form one strand with 100,000 strands. 100 strands. It should be more than 50 million strands. The sword spirit pondered and said, "This number is somewhat conservative. After all, I'm just guessing. The real number should be more than—" Chu Yang held his forehead with one hand and groaned. "Brother, this conservative number of yours, it's already made my heart stop beating for a while." Chu Yang looked somewhat speechlessly at the primordial violet vapor in the tribulation space and then calculated the number of strands. Multiplied by 100,000 to form one strand, 100 strands, more than 50 million strands? What a terrifying number this is! His consciousness sank into his dantian. Looking at the pitiful strand of primordial real silk in his dantian, Chu Yang truly felt the gap between himself and Xue Leihan. He had never thought that the difference in cultivation between the two could be compared with such a specific number. However, the cruel thing was that this comparison was a direct blow to Chu Yang. In other words, even with the most conservative estimate, Xue Leihan's current cultivation was at least 50 million times higher than his. 50 million times. The moment he thought of this number, Chu Yang suddenly wanted to die. This fellow had said that he had to surpass him in 10,000 years to have any hope of truly defeating the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang wanted to die. At this moment, he had an incomparably rude impulse to curse. Curse Xue Leihan's mother. Wasn't this a fucking trap? No, there was no such thing as a trap. Then, how many strands can form the primordial ocean of aura? Chu Yang asked in despair. The sword spirit calculated seriously and said, according to a conservative estimate, 100,000 strands should be enough to form the initial stage. The sword spirit smiled very embarrassedly. "I really don't know about this." "I know." Chu Yang waved his hands weakly, his eyes lifeless. How many strands were 100,000 strands? 100 strands would be 50 million strands. According to this ratio, it would require 50 billion strands of primordial real silk. And if there were no accidents, this should be far from enough. 100,000 strands could form one strand, but 100 strands would require 50 million strands. Chu Yang estimated that to form the primordial ocean of aura, the number of primordial real silk would probably need to be calculated in the trillions and above. "Sword spirit, why don't we break up?" Chu Yang said dejectedly, "Look, this matter is very clear. The Chu clan in the southeast is very safe now. I'll work hard and find the tribulation sword fragment, then open the passage and bring our brothers up to enjoy life. Bring my old woman up too and live in seclusion in the southeast." As he spoke weakly, he suddenly grabbed his own hair with both hands. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. "At least 1 trillion. God, how am I going to spend my days?" Then he sat down on the ground, feeling as if his heart had also broken into 8 pieces along with his, but the sword spirit was also very speechless. If that's the case, this Xue Leihan came up with such a heaven-crossing divine technique here purely to set me up. Chu Yang was dejected for a while before he suddenly gnashed his teeth with murderous intent. I don't think so. The sword spirit hesitated for a moment before he said, As far as I know, Master hasn't created such a powerful technique yet. A powerful technique? Chu Yang laughed bitterly. This is a goddamn technique to set people up. 1,000,000,000,000. Just thinking about it makes my head explode. The sword spirit said solemnly, the wonderful thing about this technique is that if you don't gather enough primordial real silk, it can still exert its power in the form of an ordinary cultivation. But once you gather enough, you can immediately be reborn. Since ancient times, no one has ever heard of such a technique. And the most wonderful thing is that he even digitized the technique. This allows you to know where your gap is at all times, and there's no ultimate goal. The sword spirit said, therefore, this technique should have been created by the two mighty people who could sweep through the heavens with just the aftershocks of that battle. Chu Yang perked up. You mean, if I'm not wrong, this technique should be the most powerful technique in the world. The sword spirit said, there's no other technique that can compare to it. Chu Yang laughed mischievously. If that's the case, saying that, I'm somewhat comforted. It's just that to gather enough primordial real silk, where would I find so much primordial violet vapor? The sword spirit said solemnly, since ancient times, there's a saying that the heavens have its limits. It can't be seen in this heavenly continent, but in some dangerous places sealed in the heavenly palace, as long as one passes through them, one can touch the heavens' limits. The heavens' limits are primordial real silk. As far as the eye can see, it's all primordial violet vapor. It's all life force origin. Chu Yang's eyes had just lit up when the sword spirit said somewhat embarrassedly, but I've only heard of it. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Chu Yang's eyes dimmed again. Fuck, you might as well not have said it. The sword spirit blinked and asked, What do we do now? Chu Yang took a deep breath. Then he let out another breath. Then he took another deep breath. His lungs suddenly bulged. His guts seemed to have expanded at this moment. Then he said fiercely, What else can we do? Do it. Do it, asked the sword spirit doubtfully. Yes, just do it. Chu Yang exposed an evil grin as he gnashed his teeth. Then he raised his head and roared in a loud voice, Old fuck! Yesterday, the computer suddenly stopped working. It was already nighttime and I was so anxious. At 5:00 in the morning, I hurriedly got out of bed and took a taxi to the computer repair shop. After a long time of banging and banging on the door, I hurriedly repaired it and brought it back. Sigh, it turned out that I had locked the keyboard somewhere. Computer noobs can't afford to get hurt. Yesterday, I just said that I would explode, but now I had to ask for leave. My heart was burning with anxiety. Perhaps no one cares about my character and credibility, but I care about it. I care about it to the point of dying. I hurriedly wrote a chapter and took a break. I'll update the rest in the afternoon. There should be no less than 5 chapters today. Sorry, everyone, please forgive me. Chapter 1179. Chu Yang stood quietly at the foot of the mountain. The boundless snow covered the entire sky. It was as if he was the only one left in this vast world. He stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the mountain opposite him. He had been standing here for a night. He stood there motionlessly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Opposite him was the wind thunder platform. The 5th fragment of the Calamity sword was here. Chu Yang's previous life was also here. Here, with my blood, I destroyed all calamities, turning back time and starting everything from the beginning. However, this was also his most painful dream. Here, he encountered the most painful betrayal of his life. His lifelong friend, Mo Tianji, ambushed him here for his sister. That trap was flawless to him. That was the first time Chu Yang personally experienced the power of Mo Tianji's master of calculation and manipulation. And it was also the last time. It was only after his rebirth that Chu Yang truly understood why Mo Tianji wanted to kill him. It was for his sister, Mo Qingwu. Qingwu. Chu Yang stood in the sky, full of snow. It was as if he saw the Qingwu of his previous life. Dressed in red, she danced gracefully in the heavy snow that connected the sky to the earth. Her eyes were bleak and her face was bleak. Chu Yang, in this life, I will only dance for you. That was the first time Qingwu danced for him. One dance intoxicated him. In this life, I will dance for you. In this life, I will dance for you. My heart will not change even if I die 1,000 times. I will not dance lightly in my life. One dance will be bitter for a lifetime. So my name is Mo Qingwu. I will not dance lightly, but once I dance it will be for a lifetime. Chu Yang, if there is a next life, if I can meet you in the next life, I hope you will take a good look at me. I am prettier than a sword. Chu Yang stood there in a daze. Yes, I am prettier than a sword. What sword can be prettier than yours? Even the Calamity Sword. Can't compare. Chu Yang murmured. Chu Yang had a feeling in his heart. The Qingwu of his previous life would return sooner or later. Or rather, the current Mo Qingwu would sooner or later awaken the memories of her previous life. Ever since Mo Qingwu had that strange dream, Chu Yang had always had that feeling. He was looking forward to Mo Qingwu's return, because he had too many things that he couldn't tell anyone else. Not even the current Mo Qingwu. Only the Qingwu of my previous life can understand me and understand me. Only then would he truly understand why he had struggled and fought for his entire life. Only Qingwu from his previous life could forgive him. Only Qingwu in his previous life had truly said to him, I forgive you. Only then could Chu Yang put down the big stone in his chest and untie the last knot in his heart. In this life, Qingwu was charming and lovely. She was very obedient to him and had a deep-rooted affection for him. Sometimes Chu Yang would also think, I have already made up for my previous life. But every time he faced his own heart, he would know that he didn't. There was no compensation. The one who had hurt him was Qingwu from his previous life. In this life, even if he were to compensate Qingwu 10,000-fold, the injury from his previous life would still exist. It could not be erased. This knot could only be untied by Chu Yang and Qingwu of the previous life. But Chu Yang was also afraid of Mo Qingwu's return. This was because he knew that he was no longer complete. He was no longer the Chu Yang of his previous life. Although his current life was bitter, it was still a bitter one. Although it was painful, although he had been struggling, it was undeniable. In this life, he had achieved success at a young age, and everything had been smooth sailing. All the way until now, he had reached the peak of Sword Saint level before the age of 20. Although this achievement was still insignificant compared to the Almighty, it was already the first in the history of this heavenly continent. He had been working hard to control himself. But he had become famous at a young age and had brilliant achievements all this time. Did he really not feel proud at all? That was really a lie. And emotionally, he was also in a mess now. At the very least, Wu Qianqian was still lying in the tribulation space. Logically, morally, he could not abandon her. Moreover, in his heart, he had never thought of abandoning her. He was reluctant to abandon her. In the lower 3 heavens, there was still a female emperor who saved him with her innocence. She silently gave birth to his child and silently raised his child. If he let her down, was he still human? Whether it was Wu Qianqian or Tai Butian, they had never thought of using their love to tie him down. They had also never thought of using the so-called conscience and responsibility to restrict him. They were all silently contributing. They had never even asked for anything in return. But once Chu Yang knew about these things, he had to face them. As a man, there were some responsibilities that he had to bear, even if he died. Moreover, there was still Zi Xiecheng. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Zi Xiecheng had never had any emotional entanglements with him. When he was with her, he was always abused. It seemed that she had never turned over a new leaf. but he enjoyed that feeling very much. Well, of course, it was not the feeling of being beaten up. He did not have the hobby of being abused. But when he was with her, he inexplicably felt that he had someone to rely on and was very safe. This was a psychological reason. It was not because he was weak. Chu Yang believed that even if one day his cultivation surpassed Zixieqing's, this feeling would still not change. This was probably a psychological dependence of a man towards a woman's maternal instincts. Chu Yang could not explain it clearly. But when did this feeling become a concern and an even more inexplicable feeling between a man and a woman? Chu Yang did not know. He believed that Zixieqing was also confused, although she did not say it clearly and did not make any promises. But before Zixieqing left, she had said, "If we meet again in the clouds, please sweep away the fallen flowers in Jiangnan." This had already clearly expressed her feelings. If they meet again, Zixieqing's future meeting was just like these 3 words: hope and disbelief. Chu Yang's heart was in a mess. If Mo Qinggu from his previous life really returned now, how should he tell her? "Qinggu, I let you down in my previous life. I want to make it up to you in this life. But not only do I love you in this life, I also fell in love with someone else." How shameless was the sentence! Now that Chu Yang thought about it, he felt that his shamelessness was the most heinous crime. Although it was normal to have multiple wives and concubines now, the whole continent accepted this view. Even Wu Qianqian, Tai Butian, and Mo Qinggu also approved of this. But Chu Yang himself still felt uncomfortable in his heart. After all, although he let Qinggu down in his previous life, but from the beginning to the end, they only had each other in their hearts. In this life, he had created such a situation that he could not give up. This might be a happy ending for others, but for Mo Qinggu, it was absolutely unfair. If Qinggu from his previous life returned, she only needed to say one sentence to make him completely ashamed. "Chu Yang, you said that you let me down in your previous life and wanted to make it up to me in this life. So this is how you cut your heart into pieces and gave me a piece of it to make it up to me?" Although with Qinggu's character in his previous life and her temper in this life, she would never say this sentence. But even if Qinggu did not say it, could he not think, "Chu Yang, you said that you want to make up for the regrets of your previous life and make it up to your lover in this life. But is this how you make it up to me?" Chu Yang sighed sadly. Could a person's heart really love several people wholeheartedly at the same time? He desperately wanted to go to the Wind Thunder platform, but when he really got close to it, he stood there in a daze for the whole night. He didn't even know what he was thinking about that night. In short, his heart was a mess. He did not know how to sort it out. The sword spirit turned into an illusory shadow and appeared in the vast snow to accompany Chu Yang. For a long time he did not disturb him. He knew how Chu Yang felt. At this moment, any consolation was so pale. A place of life and death. A place of life and death. How could he not be emotional? After a long time, Chu Yang exhaled a long breath and realized his entire lower body. It was buried in the snow. He looked down and murmured, "This snow is really heavy. It's really heavy. I wonder if Qing Wu's heart will be cold?" The sword spirit said silently, "Even if it is cold, it can also be warm." Chu Yang nodded and exhaled softly. "I hope that I can warm it for her." He nodded and suppressed this thought in the bottom of his heart. He said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Wind Thunder platform." The sword spirit let out an inexplicable laugh. Then he floated behind Chu Yang. 2 figures floated up from the cliff and flew towards the opposite mountain. Between the clouds, the Wind Thunder platform, the one-line sky, northwest of the heavens, the most dangerous place. One could enter and exit the one-line sky. Chu Yang finally arrived at the Wind Thunder Mountain. Legend had it that this was the place where the Wind God and the Thunder God fought. It was said that the 2 gods fought for several months, and there was no clear winner. In the end, the 2 of them shook hands and made peace, but the whole mountain was broken into 2 halves. Between them, there was a cliff that was 100 feet wide and a few 100 feet long. Both sides were straight to the bottom. This cliff was the most amazing sight in the northwest of the heavens, the one-line sky. If one looked up from the bottom of the cliff, one could only see the one-line sky when the sky was clear. If there were any obstructions, one would not see it. However, for tens of thousands of years, not even a blade of grass grew on these two straight cliffs. On this side of the cliff, the wind was howling. On the other side of the cliff, there was thunder all day long. In the middle of the cliff, there was a straight stone pillar that rose straight from the bottom. It was 10,000 feet high, but only 30 feet thick. From top to bottom, it was round. This was something that should not have happened. With such a distance and length, not to mention stone. Even if it was made of star iron, it would probably be blown down by a gentle breeze. However, this stone pillar stood here without moving for hundreds of thousands of years. At the top of the stone pillar, a piece of stone stretched out from each side, tightly connecting the two sides of the cliff. On this one-line sky cliff, a stone platform was set up out of thin air. It had a radius of several 100 feet. It was as if two giants were confronting each other and about to fight. However, a very thin and small person stood between them and stretched out two hands to separate them. This stone platform divided the two cliffs equally. However, it also caused the wind to howl on one side, while on the other side there was no wind at all. There was only the faint sound of thunder and flashes of lightning. This was the origin of the wind-thunder platform. Chapter 1180. Chuyang stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the familiar wind-thunder platform. He shook his head and smiled emotionally. Everything has changed in my previous life. Only this wind-thunder platform remains the same. Star 51 at this moment, it was freezing cold. Whether it was the cliff or the wind-thunder platform, they were all covered in snow. If it was an ordinary person, the slightest slip would cause them to die without a burial ground. Chuyang looked at the surroundings with some nostalgia and said, "Back then, Mo Tianji was watching from there, and the ambushers were here, and here at the same place. In my previous life, if I panicked and didn't know where to go, I would go east. That's where I was. After I rushed there, I encountered the first wave of ambushers. Then I changed my direction and encountered the second wave of ambushers. I changed my direction continuously and was attacked head-on. So I retreated back to the wind-thunder platform. Then I realized that other than the few places I rushed to, there were no ambushers at all." Chuyang smiled lightly. It can be seen how accurate Mo Tianji's understanding of my character was. It must have been hard on him. At that time, not only did he have to calculate every step I took, he also had to find so many people to die with me based on my cultivation. Chuyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The sword spirit looked at this place and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's indeed impressive." This place seemed to be a dangerous place, but as long as one's lightness skills reached a certain level, one could jump to the top of the cliff. Moreover, the cliff was hundreds of feet high. One could choose any place to land. If one were to say that trapping a person to death in such a place, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Mo Tianji actually managed to force Chuyang, who had already rushed out, back to the wind-thunder platform without wasting any manpower. This kind of calculation, this kind of confidence, this kind of scheming, it was simply terrifying. Looking at the dangerous terrain in front of him, Chuyang raised his head and opened his mouth to catch the snowflakes in the sky. He asked, "Sword Spirit, do you feel anything?" After all, this was information from his previous life. In his previous life, he only confirmed this place after much research. But whether it was there or not, he didn't have time to verify it. "Yes, it's here," the sword spirit said excitedly. "I can already feel the aura of the sword tongue." "Sword tongue?" Chuyang asked. "The fifth fragment of the sword is actually a sword tongue." "Yes." The sword spirit pointed and said, "Look at these two cliffs. facing each other. Does it not look like a person opening his mouth? Between the stone pillars. Does the wind thunder platform look like a person's tongue? Chuyang frowned and sized it up for a long while. Then he nodded in a far-fetched manner. Indeed, it's very similar. He thought to himself, damn it, if it weren't for their preconceived notions, who would have thought that this cliff actually looked like a human mouth? How old must he be to have such a big mouth? Thinking about it this way, Chuyang couldn't help but smile strangely. The sword spirit was puzzled. What are you laughing at? Chuyang said seriously, I'm thinking if this is really a person's mouth, then how big is this person's body? The sword spirit pondered for a moment and said, It should be similar to this mountain. Chuyang said solemnly, If that's the case, there will be a problem. The sword spirit couldn't help but ask, What problem? Chuyang frowned and said very worriedly, If this person is a man, then what about his wife? Can she take it? The sword spirit looked at him, dumbfounded. Chuyang continued to worry. If this person is a woman, then what about her husband? How can she? TSK. Poor man. He must feel so inferior and ashamed that he wants to die. The sword spirit was dumbfounded. Finally, he lowered his head in dejection and speechlessness. At this moment, the sword spirit deeply understood a truth. Why could Chuyang become the last sword master of the tribulation sword, and others couldn't? Because Chuyang's thinking didn't belong to a human at all. The sword spirit would never be able to catch up with the speed of his thinking. When the previous sword masters of the tribulation sword obtained the tribulation sword, they were all thinking about what to do after cultivating the divine technique. They were all looking forward to the future. But this guy was thinking about such things at such a serious moment. The direction of his thinking was so out of tune. It was so ridiculous that the sword spirit didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The sword spirit couldn't help but want to give his shameless face and dirty mouth a good kick. Just as he was about to express his feelings, the sword master said in a very strange voice, Let's go? Why are you still in a daze at such a critical moment? What's wrong with your brain? You're starting to worry about the country and the people at this time? That's really untimely. Chuyang shook his head. He criticized, I really don't understand your brain. It doesn't belong to a human at all. It's too abnormal. Shaking his head, the sword spirit actually jumped over helplessly. It was as if he was saying, You're abnormal. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Even though the sword spirit was a soul, he also had the urge to vomit blood at this moment. Fuck! Who is the abnormal one between the two of us? Can you please figure it out? Helpless, the sword spirit also floated over with a stomach full of depression. The sword master had already become extremely serious. He didn't give the sword spirit a chance to discuss the topic just now at all. He immediately said, Long delays may cause trouble. Check immediately where exactly the sword mouthpiece is hidden. The sword spirit choked for a moment. He had no choice but to check carefully. In his dantian, the sword tip, sword edge, sword blade, and sword guard of the calamity sword, which were revolving around a strand of primordial real silk, suddenly stopped moving and automatically combined together. The sword intent that had been swimming around the 4 sword segments also stopped moving. Then, the sword tip pointed upward and actually rushed out of Chuyang's dantian. Chuyang could clearly feel that the 4 sword segments in his body were all filled with an inexplicable feeling of ecstasy at this moment. It was as if brothers who had been separated for 10,000 years were about to reunite at this moment, and they could sense each other's presence. That seemed to be the case. The sword spirit checked for a while and pointed at his feet with certainty. It's right here. Chuyang frowned. This place. Do I have to dig it all up? He felt a little regretful about this wonderful sight. Such a solitary pillar that had stood for tens of thousands of years. Such a wonderful sight would probably cease to exist the moment he took out the sword mouthpiece. The sword spirit nodded and said dispassionately, "It's absolutely impossible for such a stone pillar to stand for tens of thousands of years just by relying on the support of wind and thunder on both sides. The only possibility is there's a heavenly treasure below, and only such a heavenly treasure that is favored by heaven and earth can use its life force to protect the stone pillar for tens of thousands of years." Heavenly treasure. Chu Yang was shocked. Could it be? The sword spirit nodded heavily, a smile in his eyes. "If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid another piece of miraculous medicine is about to be born." Chu Yang took a deep breath. His eyes emitted a dazzling light. He licked his lips and said, "I don't want to destroy this wonder. It's a gift from the heavens. I have no choice but to take it." The sword spirit snorted. "Isn't that too shameless? Haven't you always taken it as your duty to defy heaven?" Chu Yang flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Even if I want to defy heaven, I won't defy heavenly treasures." The sword spirit was completely speechless. Chu Yang was silent for a while and calmed his emotions. Finally, with a flip of his palm, the calamity sword appeared in his hand almost joyfully. With a swing of the sword, the mysterious ice that was tens of thousands of years old on the ground cracked open. Chu Yang kicked out. With two bangs, two pieces of mysterious ice the size of small mountains flew down the wind-thunder platform, revealing the brown stone surface. Chu Yang was about to slash down with his sword when he suddenly made a sound of surprise. He seemed to have discovered that the surface of the stone under his feet seemed to have changed color at this moment. It seemed to have turned yellow, but when he looked carefully, there was no change. "Stones can change color?" Chu Yang asked. The sword spirit was startled. "What?" This guy obviously didn't see it. Chu Yang didn't say anything. He slashed 3 times consecutively. Immediately, stone fragments flew everywhere on the wind-thunder platform. The wind howled and thunder roared faintly. But Chu Yang's sword seemed to have cut the wind and thunder in half, slashing the wind and thunder on the wind-thunder platform. He stretched out his left hand and pressed it against the stone surface. With a sudden suction, a large piece of stone was sucked out by him. With a shake of his hand, the stone fell into the abyss with a rumble, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. The surface of the stone that he had cut open was the center of the power of wind and thunder. Once it was cut open, the left side rumbled with thunder and thunder, while the right side was raging with strong winds. What a magical power! Chu Yang sighed. His feet were nailed to the stone surface like rocks. Without any mercy, he slashed 7 or 8 times consecutively. Rocks continued to fall down the mountain with a rumbling sound. Fortunately, this place was desolate and uninhabited, and the mountain was sealed off by heavy snow. Otherwise, such a commotion would definitely attract people. Dozens of large stones were thrown down by him. With a snap, the stone platform that connected the 2 sides of the cliff finally broke. The left and right sides were like 2 large, flat plates that fell from the sky. Only a straight stone pillar was left. There was no one to lean on either side. There was only one Chu Yang on top of the stone pillar. This feeling is really fucking exciting. Chu Yang stood on top of the stone pillar. After losing the traction and fixing force on both sides, the stone pillar with a diameter of 30 feet began to sway. Moreover, the sway was getting bigger and bigger. It was like a long and thin bamboo pole being blown by the wind, upside down, upside down. One could imagine how Minister Chu, who was at the top of this bamboo pole, felt at this moment. If not for his high cultivation level, he would have been thrown out long ago. This job is really not something an ordinary person can do. Chu Yang swayed left and right while his hands continued to mine. His movements were getting faster and faster. He was afraid that if this stone pillar fell, he would have to spend more effort to find it. Of course, the most important thing was that if it fell, the heavenly treasures inside would definitely be destroyed that would make Chu Yang's heart ache. Banging sounds rang out continuously, shaking the valley. In the time it took to take a few breaths, Chuyang had already dug down 400 feet like a hot knife through butter. He slashed horizontally with his sword, flew up, and kicked a large stone several feet away. Then he landed on the cross-section. Finally, when he had cut all the way down to 2,000 feet, the situation finally changed. Third update. Please vote. Chapter 1183. Ridiculous. The Demon Empress laughed without any expression. Her voice was cold. Zi Xieching knelt down properly, biting her red lips. She did not say a word. Do you know the benefits of your body? The Demon Empress said lightly, although you are not a native of the Heaven Imperial Court, you are originally from the Purple Marten clan, but you unintentionally received the power of the sage and were reborn. Although your cultivation is low now, the power of the sage has been stabilized in your body, and you have cultivated the Purple Mystic Core. This is different from the demons of the Heaven Imperial Court, so I need your help. Otherwise, I would not have taken a fancy to a small purple marten like you. Although you are the only purple mystic marten in the Heaven Imperial Court, you are just SOSO. The Demon Empress said coldly, you should know that I'm only taking some of your blood essence and some of your core essence to treat my son's illness. Even though it will greatly damage your body, it won't cause you to lose your roots, much less harm your life. Instead, I will repay you. You leave your root, and I will send people to protect you until you recover. Then you can laugh proudly in the Heaven Imperial Court. The Demon Empress' eyes became colder and colder, and there was a murderous aura. Although you have hidden your strength, I can see that you are not an emperor. At most, you are only in the Heaven Realm, and only in the early stages. I value you because the power of the sage in your body can save Tai's life. That is all. Zi Xieching said lightly, I've already known about this long ago. The Demon Empress said angrily, I am not talking nonsense with you. I want you to know that although your cultivation is low now, as long as you give up your blood and Jindan essence after you recover and dual cultivate with Tai, you can cross the barrier that you have not crossed for hundreds of thousands of years. With the help of the power of the Demon Royal Bloodline, you can activate the power of the sage in your body, and you can become the most promising star of the Heaven Imperial Court. I also want to tell you, as long as you agree, when I die, as long as you are still alive, the position of the new Demon Empress will be yours. This is something that even the Tian Ke Celestial Emperor cannot change. When the time comes, you will be an overlord, ruling the world. Waving your hand, the stars will bow, changing the weather with anger. It is the ultimate life le duo of everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court. Do you understand? The Demon Empress snorted coldly. I understand. Zi Xieching's voice was low but firm. But I still want to be a human. Trash. The Demon Empress was displeased as her eyes shot out 2 rays of white light. He looked into Zi Xieching's eyes and said, Zi Xieching, look into my eyes when you speak. She stared at Zi Xieching with the whites of her eyes and asked word by word, Are you serious? Want to be a human? You don't want to be a demon? Zi Xieching's face revealed a perplexed look. It was as if her mind was completely bewitched at this moment, and she could only let her heart speak. Her voice rang out. Although she was confused, her words were clear. I want to be a human. The Demon Empress' body shook, and the white light in her eyes vanished. He heaved a long sigh and said, You have disappointed me so much. The Demon Clan is now in a 3-way battle and is losing ground. I waited so long for Goei to change his mind and come back by himself. I even teleported back to see you immediately. You actually only told me this one sentence. You want to be a human? Her voice was low, and she couldn't hide the pain in her heart. Zi Xieching regained her senses. She said guiltily, I only asked the Demon Empress to fulfill my wish. The Demon Empress heaved a long sigh. I'll tell you one last time. The Demon Empress' voice was heavy. She turned her face and said, Firstly, from a demon to a human, If you don't go through reincarnation, you have to go through the soul-splitting platform and experience the pain of splitting your soul 81 times. Then, you have to enter the heartbreak spring and experience the pain of your heart 81 times. Finally, you have to enter the demon forging cave and experience the demon annihilation thunder 81 times. You have to shed your demonic aura. Only then can you become a human. This process, not to mention you, even I. The demon empress took a deep breath and said, "May not be able to bear it. Do you know?" "I know," Zi Xieching said in a low voice, "and I also know that the soul-splitting platform, heartbreak spring, and demon forging cave are only with you, and only you can open them. Then, do you know that once you make this decision, it's equivalent to betraying the entire demon clan? Especially the Purple Marten clan of the Heaven Imperial Court. It's a great humiliation. From then on, all the demons will treat you as a disgrace and kill you quickly. From then on, you will be the enemy of the entire world." The demon empress asked in a low voice. "I know," Zi Xieching said firmly. "Do you know that after you sacrifice a portion of your lifeblood essence and Jindan essence, even if you can withstand the soul foundation stage, the heartbreak spring, and the demon tempering cave, your cultivation base will be reduced to less than a tenth, and you will need 3 years to recover?" She did not wait for Zi Xieching to speak and continued. "Don't think that 3 years is a short time. In this world, even if you blink 3 times, the world will change. Before you blink, the world may celebrate. But when you open your eyes again, there may be a mountain of bones. And you, 70,000 years ago, when you ran amok in the Heaven Imperial Court, you should know how many people you have offended. In addition to the encirclement of all the demons in the world, how confident do you think you can survive?" The demon empress asked coldly. "Not even 10%. Zi Xieching said frankly. "If that's the case, then you can give up." The demon empress heaved a sigh of relief. "Although I don't have a 50% chance of surviving, I will not regret it even if I die." Zi Xieching straightened her delicate back. "You." The demon empress turned around abruptly and looked at her sharply. "How dare you?" Zi Xieching did not say anything. She pursed her lips, but her eyes were filled with determination. Beside the demon empress, a beautiful woman in white who had been sitting quietly asked softly, "Zi Xieching, I want to know why you did this. What is the reason?" Zi Xieching blushed and lowered her head. The woman in white's voice was very calm. She said lightly, "For a man." Zi Xieching bit her lips and nodded slowly. "But even if you maintain your demon body, you can still marry him. Although both the human and demon clans will not tolerate it, as long as you do it secretly, there is still a way out." The woman in white frowned slightly. "Why must you seek your own death?" Zi Xieching's teeth sank deeply into her red lips. After a long time, she said with difficulty, 75,000 years ago, by Susu, the demon empress and the woman in white trembled and looked at each other speechlessly. Bai Susu was a legend in the demon clan, a legend that betrayed the orthodox path. Bai Susu was the #1 genius of the White Fox clan. After she transformed, she wandered the martial world and accidentally met a descendant of the Windy Sky Pavilion. The two of them wandered the martial world side by side and fell in love with each other. Bai Susu knew that humans and demons could not coexist, so she hid her identity and married the man resolutely. However, tragedy finally happened. A few years later, their child was born. This child had a human body and a foxtail. The moment it was born, it was filled with demon aura. The descendant of the Windy Sky Pavilion was like a thunderbolt and questioned his wife. Bai Susu had no choice but to admit her identity. The man was also loyal. That night he left the sect with his wife and child and fled to the ends of the world. However, both the human and demon clans could not tolerate such a thing. They chased after him and finally killed his entire family at the foot of Mount Kanglin. It was said that before he died, the Fox Elder asked Bai Susu if she regretted it. Bai Susu said, I regretted it later. I didn't dare to go through the soul-dividing platform and the demon-forging cave. Because of that, my husband and child lost their lives. I don't regret marrying him. I don't dare to regret it, and I can't regret it. I can't bear to regret it. After saying that, Bai Susu passed away. The elites who chased after her felt touched and buried her. They named the slanting valley as the Regretless Gorge. It was also from that time onwards that, although the marriage between humans and demons was still prohibited on the surface, even if it was discovered secretly, everyone would turn a blind eye to it. They would no longer kill them. They knew that unless they loved each other to the extreme, no one would touch such a taboo. It could be said that Bai Susu had used her own life to open a window for a love that transcended the secular world. Although she did not enjoy it herself, whenever there was a demon clan member who loved a human so much that they could not help themselves and got married, they would come to the Regretless Gorge to worship Bai Susu. Although the Regretless Gorge had always been deserted, there were still candles burning all year round. Now that Zi Xieching mentioned Bai Susu, the two women immediately understood what she was worried about. Zi Xieching did not want the man she loved to be humiliated because of her. She did not want the man she loved to become the laughingstock of the world because of her. However, she could not leave him and could not let him go. Therefore, she resolutely chose to go through all kinds of pain and become a human. The beautiful woman in white sighed sadly. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, she said, Big sister, you grant him his wish. You don't regret it? The demon empress sighed. She looked at Zi Xieching with a complicated gaze. No. Zi Xieching nodded resolutely. Is he worth it? The woman in white asked. I think he's worth it. Even if he's not worth it, he's worth it. Zi Xieching replied softly. Even if he's not worth it, he's worth it. The demon empress' eyes were cold. One day, I'd like to see if you're worth it. She turned around like a whirlwind and said word by word, All right, since you're so stubborn, you'll bear all the consequences alone. As long as you save my son, I'll grant your wish. Thank you, demon empress, Zi Xieching said gratefully. No need to thank me. The demon empress said lightly, This is a deal. I only want my son to come back to life. As for you, you just want to be a human. Be a human. You saved my son, and I'll grant you your wish to be a human. We'll exchange the money and the goods. We'll be clear, and we won't owe each other anything. Yes. Zi Xieching relaxed and remained silent. It seemed that the words we won't owe each other anything had spoken to her heart. Chapter 1184. The beautiful lady in white looked at Zi Xieching with a complicated look in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Do you have any other requests? The demon empress asked. Zi Xieching said, When the empress wakes up, please send someone to send me to my old residence in Jiangnan. The demon empress frowned. This is the agreed place. I'm asking you if you have any other requests. Other than that, I have no other requests. Zi Xieching lowered her eyes. Good. The demon empress gritted her teeth and said, If that's the case, then you can die in Jiangnan. Her figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. Her voice came from afar. Tomorrow morning, save my son. Tomorrow morning, send him to hell. The beautiful lady in white stood for a while and said softly, You shouldn't have rejected the demon empress' kindness. Zi Xieching said softly, If I owe you today, I can't repay you. I hope you won't regret your decision today. The beautiful lady in white sighed. That man, where is he now? Zi Xieching bit her lips and said, His cultivation is not enough to come up. The beautiful lady in white was stunned. She looked at her deeply and sighed. You're so rash. Zi Xieching smiled quietly. I'm not rash. Through this, I've cut off all my escape routes. The beautiful lady in white was stunned again. She laughed and said, Zi Xieching, when you reach Jiangnan, maybe I'll visit you. Zi Xieching smiled. You're welcome any time. The beautiful lady in white smiled faintly. Suddenly, a cloud of white fog rose from her feet. This white fog actually carried her whole body and floated out. Zi Xieching stood up quietly. A gentle smile appeared on her lips. The next morning, Zi Xieching was meditating in the courtyard. She sensed something. The demon empress' voice sounded. Go to the empress dowager's bedroom. Everything is ready. When Zi Xieching came out of the bedroom, her face was pale. At one side, the demon empress sighed and said, You've used up too much energy. My son is fine now. But if you go to the soul-splitting platform now, you'll die. Let's do it in the afternoon. Zi Xieching said yes. She returned to her temporary residence and took out a purple pill. Her eyes revealed a gentle look. She swallowed it. It was the super heavy pill that Chu Yang had refined for her. Only by eating it now could he recover a little. Once he entered the soul-splitting platform, the heartbreak spring, and the demon forging cave, he absolutely could not take any medicine. The purpose of going there was to disperse his cultivation. If he still wanted to recover, then it would be meaningless. The demon empress' patience was obviously much better. He actually waited until the sky had turned dark before he summoned Zi Xieching. He purposely gave her more time to rest. Seeing Zi Xieching's arrival, the demon empress didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Are you ready? Zi Xieching nodded. I'm ready. You still have one last chance to regret. The demon empress said without any hope. I will never regret it. Zi Xieching replied. It was just as the demon empress had expected. The demon empress shut her mouth, closed her eyes, and didn't say anything else. Then she scolded. He shouted, the soul-splitting platform. Heaven and earth split open. The heaven-phase soul wanted to split apart, causing it to suffer for a long time. Don't come in if you have a grudge. She opened her hands, and a dark platform appeared in front of Zi Xieching. The dark stone steps extended all the way to Zi Xieching's feet. Thank you. Zi Xieching bowed and straightened her body. She stepped lightly on the first step and paused slightly. The demon empress' eyes flashed with a faint glimmer of hope. But Zi Xieching's right foot had already stepped up. Step by step, she walked up steadily. Her white robe didn't even shake at all. Finally, she reached the soul-splitting platform. The demon empress' eyes were sharp. She clapped her hands. On the soul-splitting platform, a dark flame suddenly rose and completely enveloped Zi Xieching's delicate body. 3 days. Beside the lake of despair, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared in the ice and snow. Then a human head popped out with a whoosh. Chu Yang, who was dressed in black, jumped out of the hole with a whoosh. Lake of Despair? Chu Yang recognized this place at first glance. It was mainly because the stone tablets of the two supreme martial artists, Qin Feng and Lu Yun, were too eye-catching. Then he felt that something was wrong. Why did the mountain become lower? The water level has risen. He didn't know that when he went missing, his brothers woke up to look for him. They almost tore down the entire mountain and dived down while hugging huge rocks. Over time, they actually filled half the mountain into the Lake of Despair. It would be strange if the water level didn't rise. Forget it, I'll go look for them first. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and roared. His voice was earth-shattering and caused an avalanche in the surroundings. I'm back. The surroundings were silent. Only the echoes in the valley could be heard. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Chu Yang's figure shot down the mountain like lightning. This place wasn't far from the Ao clan and the Xie clan. Therefore, Chu Yang was rushing towards the Xie clan at the fastest speed. He didn't forget that he only had 3 months. Time was tight. Therefore, he couldn't waste any time. The first thing he wanted to do was to see how his brothers were doing. How was their cultivation? How were the 3 days? Chu Yang was surprised to find that the order of the 3 days was very good. There weren't many incidents along the way. Often there would be people in sky-blue robes walking around busily or in groups. Then there would be people in black robes appearing and disappearing. The black-clothed people had a bamboo symbol on their clothes. There was no doubt that they were from the dark bamboo. However, who were the people in sky-blue clothes? When he finally turned a mountain pass and arrived at the Sieclan, there were more and more people in sky-blue clothes. Chu Yang finally stopped and grabbed one of them. "I want to ask about something." "What's the matter?" This was a man in his 30s. He rolled his eyes and looked at Chu Yang. "What organization are you from?" Chu Yang asked. "You didn't see this clearly?" The man in blue proudly shook his clothes. "This?" Chu Yang was puzzled. "You can't see this? What color is it?" The man in blue squinted. "Blue." Chu Yang was extremely puzzled. The man in blue looked as if he had seen an alien. "You saw this, but you still don't know who I am?" Chu Yang was puzzled. "Should I know?" The man in blue looked at him strangely. The two of them stared at each other. Suddenly the man roared, "Brothers, this little one dares to look down on the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Looking down on the Heavenly Armament Pavilion is looking down on Boss Chu. Men, come. Teach him a lesson." Immediately, a group of men in blue came over eagerly. Chu Yang left in a hurry. Such a powerful organization. So, it's the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Damn, it seems that those guys are not idle. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion has actually developed to such a scale. However, if that little one knew that the guy he chased away was the Boss Chu he was talking about, what would he think? I wonder how they would feel about this. When he arrived at the Xie clan, Chu Yang found out that Xie Danqiong had already gone to the Ao clan more than a year ago. GMO, Luo Kadi, Guduxing, and the others had also gone. They had not come out yet. They had already been in seclusion for more than a year. Chu Yang hurriedly left the Xie clan and went to the Ao clan. The Ao clan also looked troubled. Those few people had entered the secret area of the Dragon clan and never came out. Chu Yang was stunned. He had gone through so much trouble to come down, but he could not see a single one of them. When he came to the place where Ao Xiun and the others had gone in, Chu Yang hurriedly punched out. With his current cultivation, he actually broke through half of the entire mountain with one punch. There was nothing. Chu Yang was a little anxious. Damn it. It was not easy for me to come down. Next time, I'll have to wait for the tribulation, sword fragment. These guys all went into seclusion at the same time? Once you enter the secret area of the Dragon clan, it becomes a space of its own. Unless they come out of seclusion on their own, we will not be able to find them. Ao Tianxing also looked helpless. How long do you think they will take before they come out? This is hard to say. Chu Yang left in disappointment. Before he left, he punched a few words on the mountain wall. Guduxing, Mo Tianji, GMO, Luo Kadi, Ao Xiun, Xie Danqiong. I'm very angry. The next time I see them, I'll train them all. After he finished writing, Chu Yang asked Ao Tianxing, who was breaking out in cold sweat, "Where's my junior brother Tan Tan?" The Ao clan leader was shocked. How did Chu Yang become so terrifying? My God! Clan Master Ao felt his legs go soft as he looked at the dozens of miles big hole that Chu Yang had punched out. Damn it, in the future, the Ao clan could move in to avoid the heat during the hot summer. I haven't seen him. After the battle at the Lake of Despair, he disappeared. Ao Tianxing said, "Disappeared." Chu Yang was depressed. It turned out that he could not see anyone when he came down this time. Speechless, he bade farewell to Ao Tianxing. Chu Yang only said, "Then I'll come back in 2 months." With a whoosh, he disappeared. He rushed to the lower 3 heavens at full speed. In the lower 3 heavens, there was still an emperor's wife waiting for him. There was also someone he had never met before. Speaking of which, he had not truly met his wife either. Damn it, what was this? Chu Yang's speed was extremely fast. He entered the passage again and went all the way to the lower 3 heavens. When he came out, it was already dawn. Stepping on the morning dew, Chu Yang rode the wind and finally arrived at Iron Cloud Citadel just as the sun rose. Returning to this place, Chu Yang was filled with emotions for a moment. Thinking of the battles of wits and courage in the past and the bloody battles here for a moment, he actually felt like a fleeting cloud and a pipe dream. Strolling into Iron Cloud Citadel, he saw that Iron Cloud Citadel was extremely prosperous. In addition, the entire city was almost 3 times larger than before. Chu Yang spent a lot of effort before he finally found the original location of Butian Pavilion. Butian Pavilion was still Butian Pavilion. Chu Yang fluttered over and was immediately stopped by 2 black-clothed imperial bodyguards. "Stop! Who is it?" Chu Yang asked with a smile. "May I ask, who is Chang'an and Chen Yutong here?" "What? You are looking for us, 2 pavilion masters. Just you?" The guards were furious and said with a dark face. Chu Yang was not angry at all. He said, "Please report that there is someone with the surname Chu, called Chu Yang, who wishes to see the 2 pavilion masters." The second one was even worse. Seeking monthly votes,